Meeting. May I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Bell,
Here.
Mrs. Jonas.
Here.
Dr. Sims.
Here.
Dr. Strickler.
Here.
Mr. Bibb.
Here. And all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
Mrs. Jonas.
one nation,
Dr. Sims.
under God,
Dr.
indivisible,
Strickler.
with liberty and justice for all.
All rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Safety briefing. There's an exit at the top of the stairs, one at the bottom stairs, and one right over here. And item 2.1, may I get a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda.
Second.
Dr. Simmons.
Yes.
Mr. Bell.
Yes.
Mrs. Jonas.
Yes.
Dr. Strickler.
Yes.
Mr. Bibb.
Yes. Item 3.1, the Nagel Middle School Science State Qualifiers presented by Mr. Mack. Thank you.
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda.
Second.
Dr. Simmons.
Yes.
Mr. Bell.
Yes.
Mrs. Jonas.
All right, well,
Dr.
it is
Strickler. Yes. Mr.
it is
Bibb.
my privilege to introduce two distinguished Nighthawks
The Nagel Middle
this
School
evening.
Science
We have Fritz
State
Nixa and
Qualifiers
Jacob
presented by
Puckett.
Mr. Mack.
These outstanding students successfully advanced through both our local and regional science fairs to earn a place at the state level competition. While Mr. Preston, our president of the Forest Hills Teacher Association, as well as one of our 7th grade science teachers at Nagel, was originally planning to present these two students to you this evening, he's actually serving as a chaperone on our 8th grade Washington, D.C. trip. So I'm happy to be in this place instead of over there right now. So in his absence, I'm honored to step in and have invited Fritz and Jacob to briefly share their project's topic and a little bit about their experience through the process this evening with you. 8th grade Washington, D.C. trip. So I'm happy to be in this place instead of over there right now. So in his absence, I'm honored to step in.
The project that we did, water testing of the creek in my backyard. The reason we did this is because we had a 7th grade field trip in our first quarter that was all about finding if the water was safe in the Little Miami River. And the reason we did it in his backyard is because the creek in his backyard is a contributor of the Little Miami River. We had a 7th grade field trip in our
So we took plenty of tests in our creek, including 20, and there's only a few that were very high, and we figured out that our creek was safe for animals to drink out of, but not for fish to live in. And we just did many research about how Little Miami and our creek There's only combine. a few that were very high, and Yeah. we figured out that our creek was safe for
Gentlemen.
animals.
So
to
we
drink
would
out
like to acknowledge, on behalf of the Forest Hill School District, their achievement by offering them these two certificates. So let's hear for these.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fritz and Jacob, I just want to say I think I was standing next to you guys at the science fair with my daughter peppering you with questions, and I was very impressed you were able to answer all of them. So nice job and congratulations.
Item 4.1, executive session.
Pursuant to Ohio Revised Code Section 121.22G1, I hereby move that the board adjourn to executive session for the purpose of considering the employment and compensation of a public employee or official.
Second.
Dr. Strickler.
Yes.
Dr. Simmons.
Yes.
Mr. Bell.
Yes.
Mrs. Jonas. Yes. Mr. Bibb.
Yes. We'll be right back.
Second.
Mr. Bibb?
Yes.
Dr. Simmons?
Yes.
Mr. Bell?
Yes.
Mrs. Jonas?
Yes.
Dr. Strickler?
Yes.
Item 4.2, resolution to rescind the board's acceptance of the treasurer's resignation and acceptance of the separation agreement with the treasurer and approval of a successor employment contract with the treasurer, excuse me.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution to rescind the board's acceptance of the treasurer's resignation and the acceptance of a separation agreement with the treasurer, approval of a successor employment contract with the treasurer.
Second. So
Dr.
real
Strickler?
quick before we vote that we can have discussion, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So obviously, we've been talking about the treasurer position for a while. Alana's contract expires on July 31st. And a couple months ago, the board voted to accept Alana's resignation and a separation agreement. We've heard presentations from 2 different search firms to hire to replace the treasurer, and the board's decided to move forward with retaining Alana as our treasurer moving forward, and we've agreed on a contract with her. And so what this vote is to rescind the resolution and the separation agreement that we had previously agreed to a few months ago and replace that with a new contract for Alana as treasurer.
And I would just like to take a quick moment to say that you have been incredibly professional through all of this, Alana, and in this time of financial angst, I think it's really important that we have somebody at the helm who is financially knowledgeable, brings historical knowledge to the table, shows great integrity, and has the well-being of the district at heart. So thank you for considering this new contract.
Thank you. Roll call. Dr. Strickler?
Yes.
Dr. Simmons?
Yes.
Mr. Bell?
Yes.
Mrs. Jonas?
No.
Mr. Bibb?
No. Item 5 item 5, the minutes. We have 5.1, approval of minutes for the special meeting on April 4th, 2025. Special meeting on April 9th, 2025, and this regular meeting of April 16th, 2025. May I get a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
And just to make a note, I think in the third one, there's a note about a Jason Bell. I wasn't sure if he was a board member or not. I think you guys got first and
Jason
last
and
name
Mark.
messed up.
All right,
A
we'll
note.
take a look at that. Okay. Mr. Bell?
Yes.
Dr. Simmons?
Yes.
Mrs. Jonas?
Yes.
Dr. Strickler?
Yes.
Mr. Bibb?
Yes. Item 6, candidates for graduation. Presented by Mr. Hook.
Alrighty. So, want to have a motion to approve the granting of diplomas to the candidates listed on your attachment. Students enrolled in Anderson and/or Turpin High Schools after this date obviously will be subject to satisfactory completion of all state and local requirements. So if something happens between now and then, and somebody makes it across the finish line, we'll take care of them. But we're very excited with graduation coming up this weekend. Anderson High School with 307 graduates. Turpin High School, we're sitting at 246 graduates. And so we're very excited. We are changing back to the venue we had been to before. So we're back at Northern Kentucky University, just a few minutes down the road. So I think it took them a little bit longer to get used to the confetti cannons. I think that was the big question. So they can handle that. And so with that, I recommend the board approve the granting of diplomas to 553 current candidates on your attachments.
I'll make a motion to approve the granting of diplomas to the candidates listed in the attachments and any students who enroll in Anderson or Turpin High School after this date, subject to satisfactory completion of all state and local requirements as noted for graduation.
I'll second.
Dr. Strickler,
Yes.
Mrs. Jonas.
Yes.
Mr. Bell,
Yes.
Dr. Simmons,
Yes.
Mr. Bibb.
Yes. Item.
Congratulations to
Yeah,
all of them.
congratulations.
That's exciting.
Just a quick heads up, for those of you that are speaking, we have, I think, 14 speakers, so everybody's time, just to give you a heads up, is adjusted to 2 minutes and 20 seconds. And then, so we have item 7.1, reports of the Board of Education, Forest Hills Teachers Association. Ms. Garza?
Good evening. It's got to be taller. There we go. Good evening. My name is Gail Garza. I serve as the Vice Secretary of the Forest Hills Teachers Association, and I'm a science teacher at Turpin High School. I am here to deliver the FHTA report, as Chris Preston and many other building district and district staff are currently leading approximately 350 eighth graders as they explore our nation's capital. Events like the Washington, D.C. trip, Camp Kern, and a wide array of Forest Hills School District-supported extracurricular activities provide extremely valuable enrichment and growth opportunities for our students. The time, effort, and dedication given by our teachers, staff, and administration is invaluable. We thank them for making these opportunities possible. I have 2 additional items to share. First, I'm excited to report that the Forest Hills Teachers Association has received a Fiscal Fitness Award for the 2023-24 year from the Ohio Education Association. Fewer than 5% of local associations successfully apply for and win this award. Best practices such as developing an annual budget, reporting monthly financial statements, and conducting an annual audit are all evaluated. Congratulations to FHTA Treasurer Ben Schultz, Turpin math teacher, and past FHTA treasurers for continuing to provide financial accountability to our membership. Second, I would like to thank the Forest Hills Foundation for Education for all of the support their grants have provided to teachers and students, and for hosting the Forest Hills 5K on May 10th. As always, it was amazing and heartwarming to see our community, students, families, and staff come together to support each other and for the efforts of the Forest Hills Foundation. Thank you to all the organizations and volunteers whose dedication made this extraordinary event possible. In closing, on behalf of the Forest Hills Teachers Association, I'd like to wish everyone a safe and enjoyable summer and have come back rejuvenated in the fall. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Garza. Item 7.2, Forest Hills Foundation for Education. Ms. Gillard?
You're tall and I'm short, although I got my big shoes on tonight. Good evening, Stacy Gillard with the Forest Hills Foundation. We are beyond thrilled of how well May 10th went. From the weather, which, as we all know, this lovely rainy weather, how we lucked out that day, I don't know. There were higher powers helping us out. But we had just such a great event. I love to say that clearly this is about a race, and we had over 2,300 participants come. It's about way more than a race. It's about how our community, both businesses, staff, students, community members, families, kids, all can come together to support all Forest Hills students. And that is the goal. That is the goal of this event. We were thrilled that we actually brought in the most money we ever have in the history of the foundation. So over $163,000 was brought in, and this will directly impact teacher grants for next year, as well as student-led grants, which we're super excited to hear more from students as we head into next year. I think I've said this a handful of times at this podium. You know, all of us sit in this room tonight and are listening from home because of kids. And let us always remember the work that we do and why it matters, and we need to take time to listen to those kids. So the foundation will continue to find opportunities for students to get involved so that we can hear what their needs are as we continue to move forward as an organization. So just a big shout out to everybody that helped, you know, over 200 plus volunteers, It's if you were there last Saturday, I mean, you know. I also want to give a quick shout out, Mr. Charles Ogden. Is he here? He's not here. He came in actually as our top fundraiser. So individuals, students, staff, whoever could create a team, and then from that team you could raise money. So kudos to Mr. Ogden for his support and his first year of energy and commitment to that. We appreciate that. So just a couple other things as we round out the year. We will be hosting the foundation partners with Abby Whited, if you want to go to the next slide, college essay workshop. For all of you, I don't know about you, but I have a junior, incoming senior next year. This is a really great workshop that the foundation partners with Abby Whited. It will be hosted on Friday, June 6th. It will be at Nagel Middle School. But it's a great opportunity for students to come and get a head start on their college essay. So she has the ability to work one-on-one with the students, which is awesome. And then in a sentiment we were all sharing, just congratulations to all the graduates this year. We are concluding our campaign to cheers to a graduating senior. Parents could make a $20 and $25 donation. The other part that I thought was even more special was they could recognize staff. So who were the teachers, who were the coaches, who were the people along their journey here at Forest Hills that has directly impacted their lives. So all that information is shared on our website as well. And then just finally, we wish everybody a great summer. I get to stand up here. We have a board of 29 people because we're here to support kids and their needs today. So here's to a great summer. We look forward to another great year next year. Thank you to everyone that donates, supports, shows up for the foundation. It's about the kids, and we couldn't do it without you. Thank you.
Real quick, Stacy, I think it's also we owe you a thank you, as well as several of the other leaders that helped put on the 5K. Laura Dino, Stephanie Brown, Manna Hale, Jen Schrager, Stacy Foreman, Megan Wolf, and then, of course, Amy Heiss, who is retired, I guess she said, from helping planning the Forest Hill 5K. But thank you so much to you and all that you do for the foundation, helping make that event possible. Yeah.
Item 8.1, superintendent updates. Mr. Hook.
Thank you, Mr. Bibb. Quite a flash of activity in May. It is, I call it the May blur. Every day, every evening, something's going on. So a lot of excitement, so many activities, but obviously first and foremost, I want to say congratulations to our graduates as they get prepared to walk across the stage and have an opportunity to start the next chapter in their lives. And it takes a village to do that. Parents and neighbors and friends and families, and it's just an exciting time of year. I also want to thank our teachers and staff who just make it memorable for our kids. Met with my student leadership, student group, and that came out loud and clear. They're just so positive about our school and moving forward. I also want to make mention Camp Kern, another great success. Thank you, Mr. Buck. I know that's a challenge, but it's kind of a rite of passage. And my kids, who are still 27 and almost 22, still speak very fondly of Camp Kern and what was involved there, and just the camaraderie, and so it's pretty cool. What I didn't get a slide up there yet was Washington, D.C. We're in the midst of that, so we've descended our 8th grade class on Washington, D.C., and they've been seeing all the monuments and getting pictures of the Capitol, and it's just one of those incredible learning and memorable experiences as well. We did have 4 buses get delayed because of Trump moving from the White House to the Capitol, and we just happened to be going through, and it shuts it all down. So they're all going, "What is that? What is that?" Great learning experience. You know, I remember being in Springboro at the time when George Bush came through Main Street and how they had that moving blockade. You don't get to see that. That's not something you see every day. And of course, Black Hawk helicopters above, that kind of creeps you out a little bit. But just that whole experience. So there are going to be a lot of stories to tell in the 8th grade kids' homes here shortly. So they should be heading back pretty quickly. So just theatrical performances, musical performances, art displays. Have been going to the different buildings, recognizing staff retirements, which is always fun. I think it's amazing. Again, the 5K, congratulations. It was an exciting time. It was neat to get the weather to cooperate. We're so appreciative of the Forest Hills Foundation for Education and all that they do. And I want to add my congratulations and thank you to Amy Heiss, who's hanging up the running shoes, I guess, for this event. But we appreciate all her help with that. I had to figure out a way, as soon as it finished, to get to the American Legion, as they were also having a dedication of their new flagpole and bricks. So made it there and back, and so not quite sure how I did that, but nothing illegal. I made sure I turned right and did everything properly. So I had to have my breadcrumbs laid out ahead of time. But just so much fun going on, and we still got a few days yet. So enjoy this time. That's the thing that I try to tell kids, and things I try to tell parents. It's crazy, I know it, but time is so fleeting. You just have to enjoy it. Been spending a lot of time with politicians, which I'll leave it at that. I've just been spending a lot of time with politicians. That can be good and bad. Doing our due diligence with our senators and our House reps, trying to push a solid budget forward. So met again last week in Columbus with our legislative committee. Spent several hours today. Had lunch with Senator Brenner. Not Brenner, but Blessing rather. Talked with Brenner, but was actually with Blessing today. Just making sure where we're at. And at the very moment we were talking today, the Senate leadership group was meeting to kind of figure out which amendments to go up and down with, and it's just a small group of them that we don't know for sure what the Senate's going to produce. We will, first week of June, we should see that. Obviously, there won't be perfect agreement, so then the conference committee comes together. What I'm hearing out of the Senate is good in the sense that hopefully it's not going to hurt us, which sounds kind of bad, doesn't it? Just hope it doesn't hurt us. Obviously, the governor's budget was not good for 60% of the school districts in Ohio, including us. We lost quite a bit of money. The House version was better, but they did a bridge formula basically scrapping the fair school funding model. I expect that or at least what I'm hearing is I'm expecting that the fair school funding model will make it through, probably won't be funded fully. You're talking about an additional $2 billion in the budget, and they're not going to pass that. The math is there, and it's not good. Now, I'd rather have the funding model in, because it's easier to plan. If you got a model, it may be percentaged in a little bit slower. I don't know that for sure, and again, we won't know until we see it, and then it's going to go to the conference committee, and so the advocacy is still there. I do believe that we're going to be okay with the guarantee, which for Forest Hill specifically is critical. I mean, we'd have to get off of the guarantee, we'd have to, this is a anecdotal number, but probably pretty accurate. You're talking probably 800 kids before we'd get any more money or ever get on that formula. It's just, there's a handful of schools in the range that we're at. We're very similar to Loveland in that way. The formula just doesn't fit us. You know, I wish there was something that worked for everybody. But that said, the other big one that came out of the blue, of course, in the House version was the ending balance cap, which I think they've heard that loud and clear. I think that's going to be adjusted pretty dramatically. Don't know what. Don't know. The Auditors Association came out with a plan that if it's anywhere between 30 and 100% cash balance, then it would trigger just an explanation. Make sure you're explaining what it is. Much more doable. The 30% cap flies in the face of local control. When your constituents pass a levy, they've said, yes, we want something. For them to take that piece away is not right. So what it ends up at, we just gotta wait and see. I think it's not gonna be 30%. I would be stunned. But here's the other thing. You know, when they come out of that, and I've seen it year after every 2 years, when they come out of the conference committees, you don't know what you're gonna actually see. Nobody saw this 30%, end of the year cap coming. Nobody. It was like, well, what is this? And the scramble happens. So we still have to wait and see. I think that's going to be adjusted pretty good. So I think at the end of the day, you're still looking at the Senate version, or at least what I'm hearing, that it's going to be a little bit better. For all schools, we won't be hurt, which again is a positive. So I think, but it does kind of keep intact the funding formula, the new funding formula. So that's kind of the gist of what I'm hearing and where it's at as of today. But as I said, leadership was behind closed doors today. And according to Senator Blessing, they go through every amendment from all the different senators, and it's a thumbs up, thumbs down. So what comes out, we'll see. So that's kind of where that's at. I just wanted to give you an update. But sending letters, engaging our legislators is critical. It's important, and I think that's we're doing our work, and like I said, it's fun. I don't know if it's fun, but it's stuff you got to do, and I think that it's important to do. Important for our kids. Those are the kids. We're their voice, and so I think that's really important. I'm doing a little bit of a hodgepodge of different things because I just want to make sure you have some information on a few items. Population obviously is changing. We're what I want to do as soon as we get past graduation is engage a third-party company to really take a hard look at our enrollment projections. A lot of the modeling is just done based off past information. When you bring in another company, a lot of them look at live births, survival rates. It's a variety of pieces, which I think can help us as we continue to look forward into staffing situations. I think there's some unique pieces. I just want to make sure that you're aware of that as I look at some of this information and data, Just since the 18-19 school year, we've gone from 10% economically disadvantaged to 19%. Okay, is that significant? What does that means?
Twice as many kids.
That means we have more kids in our school system that are economically coming from disadvantaged households, which means we have to be able to support all of our kids, okay? It's just one of those little data points that shows, are we changing a little bit? What's changing in Anderson Township and Newtown? I think one of the other things that's really important to understand is that we've had 104% increase in autism rates in our district in the last 5 years. What's that to? I can't. How do you know? What I'm saying is our special ed population, while it's not growing leaps and bounds, it's slightly ticking up. But the severity of disabilities within our children is going up. And I just want to point to the fact that we had, in 23-24, we had 4 classrooms of ESC classrooms, which are really specialized rooms for some of our most challenging students, physically and behaviorally. So it can be a variety of reasons. So we had 4. Next year we have 9. Okay, now, it's not just one teacher. It's one teacher, and some of these children have 1 or 2 paras. You could have a specialized nurse. If we have a feeding tube or, just a variety of health needs. And some people wonder, well, why? First of all, we're required. But secondly, it's the right thing to do. If they're our children and we're here and we've got them in our school system, we have to make sure that they have what they need for a free and appropriate public education. The reality is, and I've heard people say, well, can you go over to this school system over here that specializes in it? Well, good luck getting in, first of all. There's no room in the inn for specialized classrooms in Warren County, Claremont County, Hamilton County, Butler County. As soon as they open up a unit, a specialized unit, and it's usually coming into the ESCs, we'll have them. But there are also some other private institutions that will. They're full, and there's waiting lists. So we have to be able to pivot and move and maneuver and make sure that we are providing what we can for these kids. So I only say that because that forces us to look at our personnel. I'm very attuned to personnel, and I'm very, and these guys they know, they've been in meetings with me, that, when they ask for somebody, we need another this or that person, I go, why? Why do we need this person? What's changed? I need to see that. And so we've done a really nice job, and I'll give Rob Fellows some credit there, because he's engaged our principals as well. Why do we need to change here? And so what we've done is we've captured some classes that, because we are having a decrease in our overall enrollment, not dramatically, but yeah, there's a decrease, I can see it. But it doesn't always translate in one classroom. It's spread across the district. So what's the difference between average classes of 24 or 22? Well, that's a lot of students when you spread them over, 9 sites. But it doesn't work that way. One of the things I can tell you is watch, and Rob does it when he shares at the Human Resources Committee meeting, the little grid with the little blue boxes and red boxes. We're following how many general ed teachers we have at, let's say, at Maddox in second grade. And then we know what is that population, okay? And wherever we've been able to, because we try to hit a range, because we know the younger the kid is, the smaller the class needs to be. Okay, we can't run 24 or 25 kids in a kindergarten, first grade classroom. Trust me, you don't want to do that. That's, you know, God love them, but that'd be a lot. That's a tall order. So we try to use the range, and you'll see that we're hitting those. And in some places where we had maybe the year before we had 4 general ed in one class, or for one grade there might have been 5. We've reduced, as long as we stay in a range, and we've reallocated those to the additional ESC classrooms, the additional para support, which has gone up quite a bit. Just the ability to handle and work and get kids and be with those kids that need it the most. So we're very slow to move in terms of adding staff, as we should be. We should be responsible with our staff. But I think what I want to say out of this whole piece is we're doing a nice job in making sure that the kids that need it most are the ones that we're getting them to. So we're very aware of our secondary as well.
Larry, can I interject for just a minute? I'm sorry, I'm feeling compelled to say something about that, just in terms of the presentation of thinking about our kids' needs. That we are Forest Hills, and from an all means all perspective, it's not just about immediately looking at outside placements either.
Oh, right.
Not just from a cost or availability perspective, but first and foremost, because it's our responsibility as the least restrictive environment for our kids, and just from an inclusionary standpoint to look at, can we meet the needs of our kids here, and if so, let's do that, and how do we do that? And that should absolutely be our starting place.
That's what we drive for. It's better that we have our kids here.
Yes.
So as long as we can provide for their needs, and but like I said, there's nothing out there anyway. It's just it's tough. It's tough. But we're not the only ones too. I don't want to sit here and say we're just so unique. I'm hearing this from other superintendents. Oh my gosh, you would not believe the number of high needs classrooms that we have. Just why? I don't know. I don't know if anybody can tell you. There's a lot of hypotheses out there, but those.
Larry, just to dovetail kind of what you said, and I think this is one of the things that the public doesn't necessarily understand, and that if we've had a say 6 to 7 to 8% decrease in enrollment. This isn't a manufacturing facility where if you have a 6 to 7% decrease in revenue, so to speak, right, you don't suddenly have a 6 to 7% decrease in your costs. It's not a one-to-one relationship, and I don't think a lot of people understand that. You're trying to maintain those ranges in your classrooms, 21 to 25, 22 to 26, whatever that number is. And a 6% decrease in enrollment combined with these two factors that you have up here doesn't mean there's going to be a reduction in staff. There can't be a reduction in staff. And I don't think a lot of people understand that it's not a standard business model where if you have a decrease in the top line, being students in this case, you should automatically have a decrease on the expense. It just doesn't work that way here. Right. Certainly you will hit a critical mass point, and I'm sure you and Rob work on that day in, day out. And you suddenly see, oh, next year we only need 3 second grade teachers because reducing from 4 to 3, we still stay in that range.
Yes.
But it's not one of those where, we have 14 less students in the school this year, we should have 1 less classroom. It just doesn't work that way. And I don't think people overall understand that it's not a one-to-one case.
You nailed it. It's exactly right. So, and I just wanted to bring that up. I just, sometimes I think it gets lost. We added one a maintenance guy, actually custodial, just because we knew that Larry Corley was going to be extremely busy after we passed the PI portion of our levy, and the summers and really the whole year now is just really busy for that. And that's not going to let up. because what we're trying to do is to make sure that our buildings that we have right now go another 25 years plus. So, and if they're taken care of, we can do that. But you got to take care of them. You can't just wish it to happen. It takes an effort, and that's a whole nother subject, and we'll talk about that at another meeting, but when we go into facilities. But I just wanted to share that. That was kind of an important thing because we're in that personnel time of the year. So I also will get to you next month a lot more detail for our family engagement survey. We just closed it today, so I'll be honest with you, I grabbed, six little points. I think I grabbed 6 points, just that stuck out on the survey. There were a lot more questions, and we'll share the whole thing and all the data that comes with it. But like I said, I think it closed midday today, so I haven't even looked at it all since then. I looked at it earlier Monday and yanked these off. We're up to about 194 responses. I just thought some really interesting things on just trying to get a snapshot. I'm always trying to figure out how do we get a little better. We're a great school. How do you get a little better? I just always have believed that if you're not putting energy in and trying to get a little bit better, then you're going to slide. And nobody wants that here. But just 93.4% agree or strongly agree to the question, I'm generally happy with the educational experience that my child has received in Forest Hills. This is just a raw number, percentage. And we'll get into a lot of this in June. We just need time to dive into the information, and we'll share that with all the board. A little over 90%, my child is appropriately challenged by the school's academic curriculum. 97, almost 98%. I'm provided an opportunity to meet with my child's teacher or teachers face-to-face at least once a year, 96%. When I reach out to the school staff member with a question about my child, most of the time I receive a response within 2 business days. Those are important to a parent. 98.8% agree or strongly agree. I'm invited to meetings so that I can learn about what's going on in school. 94.8%. My child's school is a safe place to learn. Like I said, this is a 20,000 foot piece. We'll bring in the whole thing in June and give you an opportunity to really dig into it, and as we will, trying to just understand how we can get a little bit better. Just keep getting a little bit better, and that's kind of what we try to drive for, and we're excited about that. So we'll bring that in June.
On this data, I think it's, obviously we haven't had an opportunity to dig into it deep, but like this data kind of complements some of the other data we've had on, our test scores that are out there and how those stack up in the state and nationally on the recognition of our treasurer and our treasurer's staff on financial transparency, the satisfaction of our parents. And I think it's easy to, watch a board meeting and see conflict and bickering and, political stuff on public education, all that stuff. But the data we have shows that parents, by and large, are satisfied, that we're performing at high levels, that we're spending money responsibly, that we're transparent with our funds. So I'm interested to dive more into the data and see what's there. I am curious if you had a chance to look yet, while those numbers are all overwhelmingly positive, for the people that say weren't as satisfied, is there any theme that's emerging as why they're
I haven't seen it
unsatisfied?
yet, but again, I took today when we put this together, it was like a 20-second glance. I was running from one thing to another, so
Okay.
we'll actually be diving into it as a complete staff.
Great.
Next week when we'll have our CAT meetings and start really throwing it up there, and we have a chance to evaluate comments and different pieces like that. I just wanted you to know that it was out there, we're moving on it, and so
Yeah, thank you.
we'll get to share that in June. It's exciting. I think it's all, by and large, very positive, and I think you hit it on the nose. We got a heck of a school system here, you know, and for the people that are using this school, you know, the teachers, the staff, the parents, and most importantly, our students, this is overwhelmingly a very positive environment. Are we perfect? No. Nobody ever said we were. But we will continue to try to do the right thing for our kids, and that's just what we're going to do. So I just wanted to share that a little bit with you. The one other thing I did want to mention real quickly, well, actually two things, and it's not up there, but there was a group that came out, and you may have seen it heard it on WLW. It's on every news wire here a week ago or so. We've got a group up in Columbus that is pitching the idea of an amendment to get rid of all property taxes. I can tell you right now, overwhelmingly from the governor through the entire legislature, doesn't matter which party you're from, it's a resounding, I won't say the word that I was told, but it was a no. Because here's what no sounds so good. Oh my God, get rid of all the property taxes. Okay, you're talking about fire, you're talking about police, you're talking about schools, which is the primary funding for school systems. You'd talk about a complete collapse. You know, you're talking about our township, cities. It's just so short-sighted. So you can expect, you know, they have to get 400 and whatever, it's odd number of signatures to get it on the ballot. But I can assure you there will be a heavy response against it from both sides of the aisle. I think that's pretty apparent. At least that's what they're telling me as we speak today. The last thing I wanted to mention is, and I want to recognize him, is Jeff Weber. Jeff is our police officer here that's been working with us for so many years, and he has spent a lot of years as a fireman and as well as a police officer, and he is retiring, and I think he's I think he's tired of Ohio weather. That's the truth of it, isn't it? So I do want to give him just a small token of appreciation.
Larry, I just had one follow-up question as we're thinking about how to continue to contact legislators around the funding piece. You commented you've been meeting with the legislative committee. Was that education, finance? Was there a specific committee you were meeting with at this point? Is there one we should be reaching out more to than another?
Right now, the biggest thing to do is the biggest for Forest Hills is making sure we maintain the guarantee.
Correct,
which
but with
sounds
who?
good.
Who's
But,
understanding that better?
well, first of all, I think your senators help and your leadership. If you go to their website, you can see who their leadership's senators are. They will announce, like I said, next week. They're probably going to have, I'm trying to think what day, I'd have to look it up. But I think I have that on our website, who the legislators are in the finance as well. So I would continue with mainly, not just a smattering, but focus in on the Senate leadership, okay, Senate finance committees, because I think Senator Brenner, who heads the education, is also good, and I've tried to touch bases with him as well. But those are all, if you go to Google Senate legislature in Ohio, they'll come up and you see committees, and you can click on that and you can see who they are.
Okay.
Okay? Good question, thanks. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Hook. Item 9.1, procedures for public commentary. The board is committed to conducting its meetings in a productive and efficient manner to ensure that the meeting is completed in a reasonable amount of time, while also recognizing the importance of adequate opportunity of public input. In order to conduct an orderly and fair representation of expression, the board will provide a period of 30 minutes for public participation per policy PO 0169.1 at every regular board meeting. Each speaker will have 3 minutes, except for today it's reduced down to 2 minutes and 20 seconds. If more than 10 speakers, individual time may be adjusted, which is what we did. We do not allow yielding of time to others. The board does not discriminate based on the individual content of the speech or the viewpoint of the speaker. If several people wish to speak in the same topic, the time limit may be adjusted at the president's discretion. Speakers are asked to speak from the podium and address the board. Speakers are asked to start by clearly stating their name and address. And as I said, we have 14 speakers. First speaker is Mr. McKibben, please.
Hi, Paul McKibben, Nagel, and Turpin parent. This month I have seen fantastic performances by the Nagel choirs and the Turpin orchestras. Our schools have superb music programs, as we all know. These superb performing arts programs are one of the many reasons why we need to continue to advocate for strong public funding for our schools. These programs are one of the many reasons why we chose to move here. It's what makes Forest Hills special. I urge the board to do all it can to end Ohio's unconstitutional school voucher program that hurts public schools. I also urge the public to support candidates for Forest Hills School Board who will also support us in this important mission to end the voucher program. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Kevin Mishak.
Kevin Mishak, 8433 Holiday Hills Drive. My son graduates this year. He was a student at Anderson Hills High School until he transferred to Live Oaks 2 years ago. We were very happy with that transfer. I didn't fill out your parent engagement survey. I didn't see the need. Anderson didn't really suit my son's 504 needs. Didn't meet them. Last 9 years were less than satisfactory. But why tell you a survey when I can just tell you in person? My daughter, 9th grade, Forest Hill School District, is thriving, doing quite well. Excellent student. Going to be doing advanced placement, cheerleader, whole 9 yards. I seriously consider changing schools this year. Vouchers, why are parents leaving Forest Hill School District? It's not because of vouchers. Vouchers just came in a couple years ago. Parents are pulling their students. Why is that, people? What's changed over the last 7, 8 years? I mean, I've been here for the last 5, 6 years. I've seen the changes, all right? Do we continue to focus on academics, athletics, and the arts anymore? Is that our primary consideration as a school district? I know it was when I moved here 9 years ago. It was the top reason I moved here 9 years ago. I can't say the same thing. Not now. I went through DEI under Scott Prebles. I went through COVID when the private schools were kept open and our schools were shut. When you disbanded the business advisory group, which was our only ties to the business community. When I hear McNick gets millions of dollars from TQL alumni, all right? When Sycamore gets $7-8 million for their pool, you know, we no longer reach out to our community, reach out to their taxes. That's what we do. We penalize those who want to leave. You can end the school voucher program, they're still going to leave.
Can I ask a quick follow-up question? What is the source of your data that students are leaving at a higher rate now than before?
Actually, the 5-year forecast, if you look at that for the last 7-8 years,
That shows a decline in students that doesn't say they're leaving to go to private schools.
they're going somewhere. And
You,
actually,
I'm curious, what is your data to support that students are leaving to go to private schools?
one of the reasons we're
No,
supporting.
please answer the question. What is your source of data?
Would you allow me to?
Just give me the source.
How many students are on school vouchers right now?
1,026 in Forest Hills.
And where are those vouchers being sent to?
What do you mean?
Well, who gets those vouchers? Where are those parents redeeming those vouchers
Yeah,
at?
the private schools.
There we go.
Yeah, but
That's not a
93% of those were already going to private schools.
That's my point. That's all. Thank you.
And again, we're losing students, right? Would you agree that our enrollment is down over the last 7-8 years?
Well,
I have no further comment.
I do want to address that. Alana, you and I had a conversation about this yesterday. What are some of the issues on the 5-year forecast enrollment data isn't actually reflective of true enrollment in the district, and also doesn't address the way that we changed how we counted average daily membership of our students, correct?
It does not include all the students that the district educates. What it does is it is the enrollment of the types of students that they put through the model. And those students don't include, for example, do not include preschool. It only includes all kindergarten students at half day, since we charge tuition. JVS students are at 25%. So that's not a good head count for what we actually have in our district. That's actually what the state used.
So if I may, so the data you present in your 5-year forecast is not complete, it's not accurate.
That's not what I said. The data in the enrollment that's in there pertains to the numbers that are used to compute state funding, to compute a particular line in the forecast.
So the trend analysis that you put in your report showing a decline in that enrollment is not.
It is in line with state requirements.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're saying that even though
You're abiding by state requirements.
You're saying that even though you report that you're educating, have fewer enrollment students, fewer enrolled students, that's not true.
We are abiding by state requirements when presenting that data.
No.
If state
No.
requirements,
I understand.
we're done.
You're
We're
saying,
done.
You're saying
Right,
the
we're
data
done.
you're giving the community is not accurate.
Next speaker, please. Thank you.
Real quick, that EMIS data is more correct, Or I mean, that,
Well, correct is an odd term to
Okay.
use because, and I see what you're
more
getting
accurate,
at.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I see what you're getting at. It's kind of semantics, but when you look at the enrollment in that particular note, it pertains to the state revenue
Oh,
that
yeah.
is calculated.
On
So
the
it does
5-year
not
forecast.
include all.
Correct. But that EMIS report that you guys get monthly, it tracks the
better.
kids much more accurately. How could we?
It counts all students as opposed to those that only go into the state formula calculation.
And just
yes.
looking over those, month by month, you can still see there is a decline in enrollment. How can we share that? Because that's a topic of, is enrollment going down? Is it not? I mean, if you shared the information, people would be able to see it. And you can see, maybe Anderson's going down and Turpin, it shows the number of kids more accurately. I don't know. It would maybe
that
just-
certainly could be a report if it's the board's
Yeah, I mean, you have it, that,
wish.
it's
It
very
certainly could
detailed.
be
I know
added.
we use one for, that Rob uses, that's all of these come from the Department of Education Workforce. There's another number if you take the state testing results, and when you get the report card that'll say their students, and then what she has to use on her 5-year forecast probably is tied more to average daily membership, which is a whole other calculation, and it goes into the CUP report, and you can kind of see it. Do I want to say we're decreasing in students? Yes, but not at, as I said in my, when I shared, not at this rate that's, oh my God, we can let
classrooms.
Yeah.
25 teachers go.
And-
We don't need them.
And
It's
also
not
say,
like that. Some of the needs have changed too in the same time period.
needs have changed, and there were times of higher enrollment where we had students out in modular buildings outside of schools as well, which would suggest maybe at those times enrollment was so high that we weren't able to sufficiently meet those challenges. And so declining enrollment doesn't necessarily mean people are leaving. It's a bad thing. They're transferring out of the district. There are a lot of factors at play. But just for some context, on that 5-year forecast, it shows that our 2025 enrollment is 6,376, when in actuality, our enrollment is 7,155. And if you look school by school, some schools are down, some schools are up. So our enrollment is pretty steady from year to year. It's 58 students fewer total than last year.
Can I see those?
And that's the monthly report you were just talking about, Sarah.
All right, next speaker, Sean Martin.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, God, I did. What did I do? Okay. Does not touch anything. Great.
Good evening, board members. My name is Sean Martin. I'm a parent and resident at the Forest Hill School District, 1113 Shangri-La Drive. I'm here to ask you to stand with our students, our teachers, and our taxpayers and join the Vouchers Heard Ohio lawsuit, alongside over 300 public school districts fighting for equitable and constitutional school funding. Let's look at the numbers. The state share of funding per student in Forest Hills is just $808.56. Forest Hills contributes $7,825.40, bringing the total per pupil base cost to $8,085.60, with the state's additional categorical and guarantee funding of $2,013.44. The total state contribution is $2,822 per student. That leaves local taxpayers responsible for over $11,800 per student to maintain the district's operating costs of $14,701 per student, which is still below the Hamilton County's average of $17,272. Meanwhile, private schools receive $6,166 per K-8 student and $8,408 per 9-12 student through Ed Choice. That's 2 to 3 times more state money going to students in private schools, most of which are religious or for-profit, than what our public school students receive. And it is not just a funding issue, it's a justice issue. We are told these vouchers are to help disadvantaged kids, but by the data, it tells a different story. According to the Ohio Department of Education and Workforce, 92.77% of Ed Choice expansion voucher recipients in 2024 were white, non-Hispanic, and 93.65% were students who did not qualify as low or who did not qualify as low income. The program is not helping Ohio's most vulnerable students, not to mention children with disabilities.
Thank you. Up next, Katie Hauer.
Who's next? Who'd you say?
Katie Hauer. Sorry. Katie. Did you say Howard?
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Katie Hauer, and I actually live in Mason, Ohio, but I grew up right here in Forest Hills. I credit the amazing educators at Air Elementary for starting my lifelong love of learning. I just retired after 35 years in education. Currently, I also work with a nonprofit public education partners, and we work with organizations around the state on pro-public education issues. I believe that public education is the heart of our democracy. Our founding documents in Ohio, as well as the Ohio State Constitution of 1851, make clear that every town should have land set aside for public schools paid for by the public. Public funds are for public schools. Forest Hills has gone, and I've got some data here, but a lot of it has already been stated, but you've gone from pre-Ed Choice expansion having 52 voucher students in fiscal year 23 to this year, as of April of this school year, having 1,181 vouchers, and only 2.5% of that qualify as low income. So the majority of students that are getting vouchers in Forest Hills are not low income students. Many of them also never attended these public schools here in Forest Hills. They've been receiving private education for many years, but now they basically get a coupon from the state. That amounts to over $5 million that has been siphoned away from Forest Hills students to private schools. Furthermore, under the proposed budget, as Mr. Hooks has already gone through, the current proposed budget is really damaging to this district. And it is my understanding that only 319,000, real quick, out
sorry,
of the
time-
1.1 million.
Time's up, sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Fiduciary responsibility to fully fund public schools.
Thank you. Next up is Dan Salcido.
Hi, I'm Dan Salcido, live at 5793 Brookstone Drive, and I've got sources cited, so please take notes if you like. First topic, inappropriate Forest Hills classroom and school library content which is sexually explicit, lewd, and fits the Ohio law ORC 2907.01 of being sexually offensive and obscene. Past examples shared were The Perks of Being a Wallflower, as well as a list of several inappropriate books in our middle school library. Per Ohio law, such examples are deemed harmful to juveniles when any material which describes or represents nudity, sexual conduct, or sexual excitement intended to appeal to the prurient interest of juveniles in sex and or lacks serious literary, artistic, political, and scientific value, and that sexually objectifies a person. Further, Ohio law 3313.60 prescribes curriculum, specifically limiting sex education to sexually transmitted infections, sexual abuse, dating violence and sexual violence. And ORC 3313.6011 requires that schools emphasize that abstinence from sexual activity is the only protection that is 100% effective against unwanted pregnancy, sexually transmitted disease, period. A board member per OSBA in the FHSD Code of Ethics and Conduct are to make and enforce policy as well to follow Ohio law. Therefore, do your jobs and apply zero tolerance on any future breach. Stay focused on academic improvement through policy making, adhering to state law, and walking the talk of your culture blueprint. Thank you.
Thank you.
Real quick,
Yeah,
Mr.
Mr.
Salcido, I have a question for you on that. Have you read Perks of Being a Wallflower?
Yeah.
You have? What's it about?
It's about a guy that's able to watch a lot of different things go on because he's kind of on the outside of these different circles. So
Yeah, and the book was published in 1999, so I'm curious about why now you're coming with a complaint to the board about
because
it.
of the incident that happened at Turpin High School where one of the students was read aloud in class and she complained to her parents, in which turn the parents sent letters to the superintendent and copied the board.
Which class?
I'm not at liberty to say. It's in your Forest Hills. We have it through the Freedom of Information Act, so it's in your records, sir.
Okay.
So you should find your source. I'll be happy to send it to you. It's been redacted, but you guys know what happened. And there's a lot, it has no literary value. So follow the law.
I
all
think
we
that's a
ask.
subjective statement.
Could you speak at all how to the epilogue of that book might relate to that earlier scene, and how understanding and being able to relate to that character would help with the final message in the book about being part of community
Perhaps
and the
you
importance
can.
of...
I mean, I'm not a teacher. You're not a teacher. So,
Actually, she is.
well, maybe she's not a teacher in this district, are you?
Yes. I am not a
you
teacher
are?
in this district, but I
So
do defer
you
to the
didn't- you
teachers
didn't-
in our district.
Yeah, you didn't
Yes.
choose the book, I didn't choose the book. So I'm not here to make a comment on that. I'm here to tell you what the law says. And if there's a student, back to you've been talking safety and our students, et cetera, then if there's one student, there's probably 10 or 15 behind her that felt sexually objectified. So whatever the epilogue may or may not say about it, if there's a student hurting in there, and I hear you talk about it a lot, Wendy, we got to look after our most vulnerable, et cetera, look after her. She's someone's daughter.
Oh, 100%, and I agree with you. And I will say 2 chapters later that is absolutely addressed in the book, and how, in terms of how it's discussed with the character.
Doesn't matter. Ohio law asks that if there's any, you can read the law.
But I think it is,
I've
because you're
given you
taking
the
it out of
sources.
context and presenting a chapter with no context of when it was used, what the purpose is in the book,
Hey,
what the lesson
Jason,
was,
I'll
what the
send
learning
you-
outcome.
I'll send you your own paperwork. It's in your records. And so I'll send it to you. You read it. You give me a call.
Okay.
Thank
can
you
do
very
that.
much.
Thank you. Up next is Christy Kant.
Hi, I'm Christine Cant, 1800 Denfield Court. I wanted to make 3 points about vouchers. The first one is our government and the church must be separate. I belong to a church, I love my church, but they should be separate. The majority of private schools are religious, and so our tax dollars would be going to supporting a religious institution, and so that's a hard no for me. The purpose of public education is to provide our society with a population brought to their best function, their highest use. Private schools don't have to admit all people. They don't have to follow a specific curriculum. Children with any disabilities, physical, mental, behavioral, emotional, anyone requiring any extra educational help could be excluded from becoming the most they could be. So to have our best educated society, public education is necessary. And we have a state funding policy that we've discussed here tonight that's unconstitutional and under further stress. And to supplement funds to take away from our public education is mismanagement. So again, for me, it's a hard no to support any vouchers. And we need to just firmly support, with 100% of our tax dollars, our public education. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Brian Carlson.
Brian Carlson, 6331 Glengarriff Drive. I have 3 items to share with the board tonight. First, I call on the board to do its duty to protect the district by joining with other school districts in the Vouchers Hurt Ohio lawsuit to hold our state government accountable and fairly fund public education. Whatever your feelings are on vouchers, your duty as board members requires you to act for the benefit of the district. Letting the state government steal public tax dollars from our district and redistribute to private entities violates the spirit of public education. You must stand against this. If you cannot, then I suggest you resign. Second, public commitment has lately been filled with people hurling unfounded accusations at Forest Hills teachers and staff of corrupting our children with sexually explicit materials. To all the teachers and staff, I'm very sorry that you have to be falsely and publicly accused of harming our children when you're doing your best to help them learn and grow. Thank you for your commitment to our kids' welfare. And finally, I've been attending most board meetings throughout this school year, and I find myself concerned at the lack of presentation of data on educational progress and goals. Every meeting, we get a very detailed report from the treasurer about how the district's finances are that month, but we don't get a report like that from the superintendent on the educational outcomes of our students. This is what the public education system is for. It is its primary purpose, yet we don't have repeatedly reported on monthly metrics. So I am calling on the board to do a couple things. One, if you don't already have these sorts of metrics, right, like third grade reading level, absence rates in the high schools, right, sixth grade math performance on basic, whatever those are, work with the superintendent to come up with those, and then hold all of us accountable, right, so that we know how we are doing, because I do not want this to be misconstrued as saying that the district is performing badly. In fact, I strongly suggest the district is performing well. But if you don't have repeated monthly accountability, then you don't have anything. You don't know what you're doing, and you don't know why you're doing it. So as a member of the public who's been coming to these meetings, I think that's something that really needs to change in how these are run. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Kristen Kolinick.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kristen Kalanick. I'm from Anderson Township here. I have two kids at Turpin and at Wilson. I'm going to speak on the Economic Policy Institute report on vouchers for Ohio and why it's important that we join the lawsuit for a number of reasons. One, because these programs really are allowing public funds to support private schooling or homeschooling, ultimately diverting money from public schools, which ultimately impacts the educational outcome for all of our students here, regardless of level of ability or regardless of socioeconomic status. In addition to that, the report that they provided highlights that proponents of vouchers often claim there's no harm to public school funding, since our funding is based on a per pupil formula, and as Alana has reiterated several times. But their reasoning is often flawed because many school costs, as Mark pointed out, such as building maintenance and administration, are fixed and are not easily reduced as enrollment drops. When students and their funding leave for private options, or if they start in a private school and then take that money, public schools are left with the same fixed costs but less revenue, forcing deeper cuts to essential services like teaching and learning materials. The EPI introduced a fiscal externality calculator, which is actually really interesting to go play with, and talks about the total district losses from voucher-induced enrollment as it declines. I believe that Forest Hills needs to join the fight, not only to lend the voices from this district to make it less palatable for our politicians to erode what they fund for public schools, but also because we need to defend what we have. We went and worked hard, and I'm wearing my Levy shirt. I knocked on doors for weeks to try to raise funding for this school, or for the schools across the district. We need to defend this, because if we ever want to go back to our constituents again and say it's time to come to another levy, we have to show them we did everything, that we tried everything to ensure that we had all the funds that were necessary from the resources we have always been constitutionally made available to us. And two final points. I want to congratulate Alana. You're a wonderful treasurer, and we're so glad to have you.
Thank you.
And one more thing, on the books, the people who choose to ban books are never on the right side of history, and that goes for everyone who helps remove those books too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, can I have a quick clarifying question? On the ed choice, she made the comment that ed choice can be used for homeschooling. My research says that is not true. Is that? Okay. I just want to make sure, historically, that has not been true.
Historically not true.
Fine.
Now on the table.
Up next is Ann Zimmerman.
Good evening. Good evening. My name's Ann Zimmerman. I live at 800 Markley, and I'm a resident of this district. My children and grandchildren went to our public schools and got great educations. I have offered to make a restricted donation to the school district to cover the initial cost of the entire district joining the Vouchers Hurt Ohio lawsuit, should the board vote to join the suit. I had originally asked to be anonymous until I actually make the donation, at which point it will be public record anyway. That decision was so that this didn't become about me, but stayed focused on the voucher issue. Vouchers are hurting our public schools. Our state has only one pot of money, and it distributes it among its priorities and programs. With over $1 billion expected to go to private schools and vouchers next year, that leaves substantially less for our public schools. How can we possibly justify private schools getting more than $8,000 from the state for a high school student it enrolls, while Forest Hills gets less than $3,000 for educating that same student? I care about our public schools in this state. The current funding system is unconstitutional and unfair. Joining this lawsuit will help increase the chance of better funding our school district. I ask this board to embrace its constitutional and fiduciary responsibility for our public school district, who this board represents, and vote to join this lawsuit to help protect our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Kimberly Althoff.
Hi, good evening. I'm Kimberly Olthoff. I live on Royal Woods Court. I'm a parent of 2 children in the district that attend Mercer. Per usual, everybody has covered primarily the data that I was planning on sharing, and so I wanted to take the opportunity to welcome Mark to the district, to the board. We've heard good things. I am the president of Advocate FHSD. We're a local nonprofit, and we focus on providing verified data and accurate information for the community so that they can understand it in a more digestible way, because a lot of this is very complicated. Alana does a wonderful job of presenting information. We truly appreciate that. Wendy and Jason have given a couple of master classes, which we truly appreciate. And it has been helpful to us and to the community. And I wanted to say a big thank you to the people who have shown up tonight. I think that over the last 3.5 years, we have watched our community grow and really show up with the right data. They know how to verify. They know how to reach out to the district. They've learned how to PRR. They have done all of the things that we hope that they would do to create an informed electorate in this community so that we can continually show up for this district in a meaningful way with accurate information and not misconstrue things or fall into the trap of disinformation or get into an argument with someone over whether or not a book is should or should not be on our roll, our rolls, because you know what, we could argue that most books are fall into that category. It's again subjective, but the thing that I am perhaps most proud of and have learned to be the most significant thing that we can do is show up as a community. And as part of the school community, the best thing that our district can do is show up by joining the lawsuit against the Ed Choice program. If we are not willing to stand up for ourselves, we cannot ask other people, we cannot continually ask other people or expect other people to do that on our behalf. So I encourage you guys to join. I think it's going to be a valuable thing. Even if we don't make it, I think it's a worthwhile investment for us to make to ensure that we have protected our funds as best we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Sarah Sudkamp.
Sensing a theme.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Sudkamp. I stand before you tonight not only as a resident and deeply invested parent with children attending Wilson, Nagel, and Turpin, but also as an attorney and an educator. My professional background, coupled with my family's firsthand experience navigating both local public schools and private schools, compels me to urge your immediate and decisive action in joining the Vouchers Hurt Ohio litigation. The Ed Choice voucher program, along with scrapping of the fair school funding model, poses a profound and escalating threat to the financial health and equitable education mission of Ohio's public schools. As Sean explained, the EdChoice vouchers result in a staggering disparity, which forces our local property owners to shoulder over $11,000 per student to cover our district's operating costs, a figure that is tellingly less than the tuition at many private schools. Beyond the undeniable financial drain that the EdChoice program funnels public school funds into a parallel system that operates with significantly less accountability and equality. This should be especially concerning to those who are critical of how Forest Hills spends money. Our public schools are constitutionally mandated to accept and serve every child within our district's geographical bounds. This is a foundational principle that stands in stark contrast to private schools, which retain the complete discretion to select their student body. As a parent, I've personally navigated both of these systems. My oldest son is gifted and has ADHD. He attended a local private school. Our experience there illustrates that private schools often lack the resources, specialized expertise, or legal mandate to effectively support students at either end of the learning curve, if you think of it as a spectrum. They do a really good job at serving those students that are right in the middle. In fact, Ohio's system shifts the responsibility of funding these specialized services for private school students directly to public schools like ours. The shift of responsibility allows private schools to avoid federal oversight. It also places significant logistical and resource strains on our district, even with federal reimbursements for the services that are provided. I have a lot more to say, but I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Ken Kuhn.
Ken Kuhn, 7362 Rudgate Court. Expenses are outpacing revenue in the latest version of the 5-year forecast, which you'll review later today. Per the fiscal year 2024 CUP report, Forest Hills has a 122-to-1 pupil to administration ratio. This compares to similar districts' ratio of 168-to-1. I looked at a similar district, Centerville Local Schools, which covers 31 square miles, compared to the 33 square miles of coverage for Forest Hills. Centerville has a better district pupil density ratio, meaning more students are attending Centerville per square mile than Forest Hills. Forest Hills has 53 FTE administrators compared to Centerville, which has 37.5 FTE administrators. What is more interesting is Centerville has 1,366 more enrolled ADM, and that pupil administration ratio is 209-to-1. That is 87 more students per administrator than Forest Hills. Centerville also has 3 more school buildings. So why are we paying $421,000 more a year in average administration salaries to handle 3 less school buildings and 1,366 less enrolled ADM than Centerville? I'm asking the board or someone to contact Centerville and ask them how they can manage 3 more school buildings and 1,366 more students with 15.5 less FTE administrators. I respectfully ask the board to start looking for ways to reduce the burden on elderly taxpayers by cutting expenses. Another large levy in 2026 is not going to help those on fixed incomes remain in their homes. One last thing, when you look at the October building counts, in October of 24, we had 6,805 students spread out across the buildings, and that includes preschool. That's down from 7,122 in October of 22. 7,112 in 22. Enrollment's declining, folks.
Up next is Natalie Hastings.
Hi, thank you for your time. Thanks for having me today. I have something else to say, but just really quickly wanted to comment on a couple of things. The homestead tax exemption hasn't been updated in 15 years, which is one of the reasons why our elderly homeowners are needing relief, Not to mention the owner-occupied tax exemption hasn't been updated in about 15 years. That's about 2.25%. So those are the things I would be advocating for if I were worried about that. Anyway, and Finance Committee testimony is due this Friday. So anything else that's happening on the Senate side before they present their budget in June, you have to submit testimony by this Friday. And then they're going to have people speaking over the next 2 weeks. And also wanted to mention SB 96 is the one that talks about voucher expansion with homeschools, just because that came up. But I'm here tonight to talk about, I'm the proud parent of a soon-to-be graduate of Turpin High School, and I wanted to take a minute to thank the Forest Hills teachers, staff, leaders, and board members who gave him the excellent education that he received. And it started at Mercer. Miss Oakley was a standout for him. She's retiring this year. We'll miss her. And we took a detour to private school for a few years, and we found our way back in 7th grade. And my son CJ loves band, and Mr. Sheridan, Chad Sheridan, gave him just a great experience. He was in a small band classroom before, so he was getting used to a big one. He loved it. Mimi Clark, loving how he would ask lots of questions. And in high school, CJ discovered theater, and I just want to shout out Mr. Lebker, who really coached and mentored CJ into becoming a real person. Mr. Funky, Miss Beershank, Mr. Kenter, Mrs. DH, Mr. Getz, Mr. Kraft, Mr. Bridges, Mrs. Amorocho, Mrs. McKitty, Mrs. Haley, Mrs. Martinez, Mrs. Cooper, and just really quick, I wanted to shout out also Gail Garza, who taught my son last year in chemistry and helped me realize that it was okay to major in music.
Thank you.
That was pretty good, actually.
Up next is Mary Gardner.
It's okay to major in music.
While she's coming down, I just want to say I too will miss Mrs. Oakley. 2 of my 3 had her and loved her.
Amazing.
Hi, Mary Gertner. I live at 1038 Nimitz Lane. I'm a parent of a Maddox student. I'd like to talk about parent choice in education, but it's not for the same reason as the previous speakers. It's because the idea of parent choice has been twisted to mean something else, and current Forest Hills parents don't always have our voices heard. There are school board members who send their kids to other schools, prospective candidates without children, and political activists who don't actually know what is going on in the average Forest Hills classroom, but they speak and make decisions as if they do. We just saw the results of the family engagement survey, and on the whole, district parents are overwhelmingly happy with the schools. We appreciate our teachers and administrators, and we're tired of the spectacle. I have a 3rd grader at Maddox, and her teachers do an amazing job of including parents in the educational process. Not only are we able to review a full classroom library, but we approve every speaker that comes into the classroom, even for something as benign as recycling. We approve the viewing of G-rated movies and juice boxes. Parents are included to the extent that they choose to be. But there are people who are committed to attacking public education and undermining parent-teacher collaboration. It's not enough for them to allow families the choice to opt in and out of activities like Diversity Day or comprehensive sexual education. These non-parents want to make the choice for us as parents by denying us opportunities. Month after month, we hear from people with no active involvement in the schools about some political red herring. Recently, a speaker without kids in the district, I actually met at a past meeting, but it just happened again tonight, shared what he determined to be inappropriate reading material for teenagers. So rather than letting families choose the books that they are comfortable with, he thinks that the choice should be taken away from all of us and asked for the book to be removed from circulation. But we as parents have the right to determine what is or is not age appropriate for them to consume. Interestingly enough, a public records request showed that that same individual has actually emailed the district requesting confidential information about children's personal health. I'm not afraid of my kid reading a book, but I am afraid of strange men inquiring about her body. My message is to any current or future board member, any so-called...
Thank you.
Leave our kids alone.
No.
She wasn't referencing you.
No.
He wasn't talking about you.
Wasn't
Dan.
referenced.
No, no.
Hey, Bob, can we take a quick break real quick, because we got a lot of meetings still to go.
Can you take a bathroom break?
Yeah.
You can blame my aging bladder.
We're gonna take a quick 10-minute recess for restroom breaks.
Do you want me to make a motion?
Nope, don't need to.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know that you couldn't sign, that you were supposed to sign in, so I've been here since 6 o'clock. I wasn't going to address the same thing that everyone else is addressing regarding the vouchers, so if I could be permitted to have just a moment?
Have we had 14?
Okay.
We're done.
If you say no.
Go ahead.
But I am.
Go. That's fine.
Go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to point out, my children went to private school, Cincinnati Country Day School. And when I sent them there because it was a more diverse student body than Forest Hills was at the time. So I had, I wanted to have them experience a greater number of different nationalities and peoples. So, and that's one of the reasons that I sent them there. And the voucher system has more than one reason for existing. I think what we're all talking about here is the Forest Hills School District, when we ought to be considering the alternative, the opposite end of things, and that's the voucher system. Most people, when I was sending them, we got $75 to send for a bus fare, and that was about all you got during the year. Now I understand there's more that you get in the form of a voucher, but still, those who send their students using vouchers are spending more and have to undergo more expense to get their kids to and from school and so on. The fact is, though, that a number of parents prefer to send their students to a different school. Are those schools ignoring diversity? Not from what I've heard. Are they ignoring a student's studies? From what I understand, most of the Catholic schools do minimal amount of religious training and teaching. And the ones that when I taught there, I didn't notice that was an excessive sort of thing. What I do think, though, is that when you send something like a letter out saying that you oppose something, you really ought to consider both sides. And since everyone's looking at it from the standpoint of what happens to Forest Hills School District and not what happens to the students and their parents who want the voucher system, you're not really considering both sides of the issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now we'll take a quick 10-minute
We
recess.
need a motion, or can we just?
No, the president can.
Sorry about that. Now we're going to start our consent agenda. Item 10.1, Human Resources Report. Mr. Fellows.
Well, good evening, and in the interest of time, the HR report is there with the attachments. I would simply like to acknowledge a couple retirements and resignations. First and foremost, Carol Terwilliger, 20 years in the district, counselor at Anderson High School. We wish her all the best. She was exceedingly excited when STRS reduced its eligibility requirement because she was planning to go next year, and Christmas came early, I think. I don't know. Similarly, Dave Everson has been a para in the district for 25 years. He's lives in the Summit area. He's been at Turpin High School in what has now become the RISE classroom there, working with Chris Jennings. And similarly, he is his partner in crime, Chris Jennings, is also retiring. You might recall approving his retirement last month, I believe. That is a mid-year retirement for Chris. Dave said, no, I'm going to beat you to it. So he's actually resigning effective October 1st, so we get him for a little bit longer, and then wish he and Carol all the best in retirement. I think Carol's going to Australia, to the Australian Open. That's her exciting first foray into retirement season. I'd also like to just draw our attention to Larry Corley's departure. I know obviously the board is aware of his decision to resign and move to another district that will remain nameless at this point. However, he joined us 7 years ago in the midst of the tail end of the construction project, and his work in those 7 years is truly commendable, and trying to steady the ship a bit with fewer folks kind of helping out. He now has that partner in crime in Brian Stewart, working to assist with our custodial staff, but certainly wish Larry all the best in his future. And then obviously super sad to see that Betsy Ryan has announced her decision to resign, and Betsy is not here this evening, but wish her all the best. She's listed as a resignation. She's already retired, and did the whole rehire process before I came over to central office. And certainly her impact and imprint in this district, particularly in the areas of student services, special education, has been significant. So wanted to make sure to call her out by name, even though she's unlikely to be watching right now, and she's certainly not present. But
come on.
But she will be sorely, sorely missed. Her historical knowledge and passion for this district are unprecedented.
And she recently completed her doctorate program, which those that knew her knew that she was working on that for a long, long time. So I know she's not finished in the world of education, but we certainly wish her the best at the end of this school year. The rest of the report is there. There's a lot of important things in there, and you've had a chance to review them. Do you have any questions?
Wendy, you were talking before about replacing Betsy. Do you want to ask that question now?
Oh, I was wondering, I had put an email forth, and I don't know if there's a specific answer to it, but as I was looking at the mental health information reviewing teaching and learning, which is on the committee to review tonight, I was just wondering if there was a plan in place for replacing her, because she has brought such an incredible wealth of knowledge and expertise around special education and manages so many different pieces. I wasn't sure what the next steps were.
That's really all I want to say right now.
Okay.
Publicly, but we've got some people internally too that are really strong.
Okay.
Good.
Shortly.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you.
11, business operations. Mr. Eckert.
Good evening, board. Now I'm stressed. I have to be faster than Rob Fellows.
Yes, you
That's
do.
usually not too tough.
You want me to set a timer for
Hey,
you?
sorry. The low-hanging fruit I had to take.
20 seconds.
All right. So to do that, I'm going to go off script a little bit. Mr. Bibb, you and I were talking a little bit right before the meeting, and some of the board members, if you notice, we had some questions about the compostable
Wait, a question
cafeteria trays.
from a sixth grader from this building, right?
Yes. Great project and concept. The challenges for the district, it is a larger financial piece that would cost increase over the district. Also, another challenge is right now, we don't even know if they're even available because the bids have not been placed out by the EPC yet, so we don't know if anyone's awarded the bid. Anticipation is they won't do it because we are the only district that did a pilot with them. And also the challenge with them, they're actually not recyclable. They're compostable. So compostable trays get put in with regular trash. Yeah, theoretically, I mean, I guess it could slow the landfill or increase the quickness of the landfill, but overall, they're not recyclable trays. Right. So, yeah, if something's on there that looks a good price, we'll definitely take a look at it, but at this point, our anticipation is we probably are not going to be able to move forward with that program. So,
John, were you or Bob, did someone respond to the student to give them that information?
Not yet. We're waiting for the meeting.
Okay. Yeah, I think the sixth graders reaching out with an issue, we definitely want to be getting back to
I
them.
was very impressed with that, and the way the program came here at Mercer with the teacher involved, Ms. Cox, and I think it was a great idea, great effort, and I appreciate it, and I agree with it. It's just there is an operational challenge to it too. So.
I can appreciate that. I would definitely like to keep it on the radar. I mean, if nothing else, his impact could be putting on our radar, continuing to look at what are alternative options, because I understand compostable isn't recyclable, but if it still is, more easily digestible in a landfill and helps, from that perspective, I think it's definitely worth pursuing what our different options are, recognizing they're not always going to be easy, but they might be worthwhile. We spend a lot of time talking to our kids about service and the community and the world, and that seems like a great example of actually acting on that.
And that's a theme we look at with any of our engineering and stuff. You'll notice that today one of the boiler bids that we're doing, we've moved to a high efficiency boiler system to increase economically for us, but also just environmentally reduce the energy needs for the boiler systems too. So those are some of the things. It is something on the forefront of my mind and my team's mind to be looking for affordable, options that can also be positively impact our community and environment.
Yeah.
So thank you. Just wanted to share that out with you
Thank you.
guys. Okay, I have 3 things on the agenda today. The first one is a resolution to transfer the educational equipment to Miami Valley Christian Academy. As a reminder, this is auxiliary service equipment. We are just a pass-through agency to the state. And so we were talking with the state on this, and we had found out that we can actually take this off our inventory if we transfer it to MVCA. And the school also has to be amicable to doing that for us. They're amicable doing it, so we're working with legal to finalize the process so we can get it off our inventory, less on our staff to have to mess with.
Perfect.
So that's item 11.1. Item 11.2 is looking to award the contract for the, excuse me, I'm getting them out of order in my head. The chiller at Turpin to Design Build Inc. That will be a project that will actually take place more in the winter months because that is the large chiller that is going on top of the auditorium over at Turpin. And item 11.3 is awarding a bid to the Geiler Company for the replacement of the Negel Middle School boiler. And that's where we're going into the high efficiency model boilers that will help us financially and ecologically, I guess, for lack of a better way to say that. Okay, so those are the 3 items that I have on the agenda. Does anyone have any questions on these? Okay, at this point, I respectfully request that the board approve items 11.1 to 11.3 as part of the consent agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rob had you beat.
Did you time it?
Item 12, teaching and learning. Mr. Buck.
Good evening. For teaching and learning, I'm bringing 3 items to the board. The first item, 12.1, is the Hamilton County Education Servicing Annual Agreement Contract. We do this every year. We talked about a little bit of the staffing things. This includes gifted services, multilingual education, primarily special education. So instead of employing our own employee, we can service for different hours of that contract, and the contract is in front of you. Any questions on that one?
How is that contract negotiated?
Dr. Ryan, Larry meet each year. They kind of do a service fee that kind of incorporates some of the just general things, and then we look at students' needs as we go through there to see what the needs are, where we have personnel, where we need a contract personnel. But I know Dr. Ryan, Larry meet with that each year-to-year basis.
Do we get to negotiate pricing at all?
Not much. Not much. They set the prices. We select from that smorgasbord based on our needs, particularly within the district. A lot of it's related services, OT, PT, speech. That's a lot of it, but there's other pieces to it. So then there's a administrative fee. So we don't escape inflation.
Right. Do we have any control over the certificate? Like, do we look at the certifications of these people and their experience and whatnot that come in, or do we completely leave that up to Hamilton County, that they're the ones who are in charge of who comes into
They're
the
in charge
district?
of the personnel that.
So that's completely outside
match
our
those
purview.
need, yes, they do actually. They actually do the hiring, do the service, the benefit program is through the ESC, et cetera. So yeah. Now, obviously, if there's somebody that isn't working out, they'll listen to us, and then.
Do we have that ability?
Yeah.
Okay.
And everyone they hire is fully licensed.
Oh, yeah.
In their field.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Item 12.2 is school fees for the 25-26 school year. You'll notice in the attachments that are in the agenda, we kind of work with our teachers on this, our building leaders on that. Kindergarten was already adopted by the board in December of '24, but we take a look at workbooks and how much workbooks are and the shipping of the workbooks and construction paper and glue, software that we use in the high schools. So you'll see not only some increases, you'll also see some decreases that we're no longer using, and that's brought to you each year as well. Any question on school fees? Last item is 12.3, an overnight field trip. Every summer, the cheerleading coaches from Anderson and Turpin High School take their squads to a summer camp at the Great Wolf Lodge. They are planning to do this year from August 5th through the 8th. There are approximately 55 students and 5 chaperonings attending. I ask for the approval of 12.1, 12.2, and 12.3. Any questions over the field trip for cheerleading? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Up next, 12.4, the NICO service agreement presented by Mr. Moore.
Good evening, everyone. I am coming to get the approval of our new service contract with NECO, our mental health therapy partners within our elementary schools. We went through a very extensive interview process with school counselors, district administration, and our current partner, Mindpeace, our overall partner, Mindpeace, to find a partner that can, number one, save us money. We are having NECO come into our buildings with a therapist in each building free of charge of the district. Obviously, there's an expectation of a caseload for them to service our students. But we are also, in addition to that, going to receive a caseworker that's going to be able to work with the students and the families. And again, that's also at zero charge to the district. And so with those additional resources, we're going to take a really strong look at some of our support continuums and see other ways that we can kind of help and support our kiddos. Our elementary kiddos need some help. NECO was able to come in, have a very strong reputation. I spent probably 30 minutes with the 3 reference checks that I did, asking some pretty in-depth questions, and all came back with glowing reviews. So I am asking if there aren't any questions for approval of 12.4.
Who funds NECO?
NECO.
It's in privately
They're
and
privately
private
owned.
insurance based, I
Mhm.
believe, is what we're.
Yes, they are private insurance based. They are a very large company that have their biggest footprint in the foster care system, actually.
Okay, thank you.
So just to follow up, I've got a couple of questions with regard to the private insurance. We moved to that model last year, and we saw a reduction in the number of our families that were getting services. How are we going to work with NECO, or even just within Forest Hills with our families, to ensure that families who need support, children who need support, are able to get support, and that insurance isn't a barrier? Because I don't know about you, but insurance has been a barrier in my life, and I'm pretty educated with trying to make those phone calls.
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. They do take private insurance. One of the issues that we saw with Child Focus was actually, because even if they gave their best efforts, they were severely understaffed. And so we had a lot of people refusing the service because they were waiting for the intake process to happen.
Okay.
We saw a lot of folks fall off because of that. NECO actually met with them for 2.5 hours the other day. The caseworker and the therapist, it's their charge, they said, within a week to get the paperwork done for the family. They will even go out to the home if need be, but they are hoping to try to get the families a little bit more involved in the therapies as well. That keeps them, I guess, in line with the service. Another thing that I will give a shout out to Child Focus, they are being very gracious in creating a transition plan so that our kiddos have little to minimal interruption in services.
Okay. Another question, what happens if we can't meet their caseload requirements?
So right now, in most of our buildings, I think we're going to be okay. Right now, for NECO, at a minimum, they're looking at 10 to 15 to start. They're looking then at a max of 20 to 25. And I believe in most of our buildings, we're going to be able to hit that mark, I think, Wendy, pretty easily.
Okay. And then the last question I was wondering about, when we talked about this last year, it was my understanding that part of the plan, because we're not putting anything into this, so we don't really have any ownership over these therapists in our building, but if we had a moment where we needed to pull a therapist for, let's say, a suicide risk assessment, that there was that capability. And I was left with the impression this year that that may not have been the case, that there were therapists on hand for risk assessment, for crisis intervention. And that's a critical piece of what we need to make sure we have in schools to make sure our children are safe and taken care
I'm
of.
glad you brought that up, and that was one of the, I think, the frustrations that we had with the change in the billing that Child Focus had previously.
Okay.
Right now, the way it sits with Child Focus, based off of their model, anytime they're interacting with a kiddo or a family, crisis or not, it's billable hours, even unfortunately in that type of situation. I asked that question specifically with NECO, and they said, if the kid needs us to do an assessment, we're doing it. And so there is not that type of, I guess, billing barrier that would come into play. So they are, yes, absolutely willing to do that.
Is that a situation where we need to have some kind of foundational funding just on hand to cover that service? Or is that just, are we just trusting that that's just going to happen pro bono?
In my conversations with the other districts, it happened pro bono. Their billing model is a little, don't quote me on the numbers, but it's about a 60-40 model, where 60% of the time is going to be billable, but we do have around that 40% that they are able to help out with situations that may arise.
Okay.
So if
good.
Johnny's having a meltdown in the hallway and they're able to help and support that, they will do that.
Okay, great, thank you.
So I just want to clarify, there will be a therapist in every high school? And then, will there be a therapist in all 9 schools, or?
Oh, great question. So right now, this is about the elementaries.
Okay.
We're in the process of the interviews for the secondary buildings.
Secondary, okay.
Yes.
And what is the referral process? Can families self-refer? Is it a teacher? Is it a counselor? Like, how does a student and a family get to the therapist for services?
I told NECO that we had the open referral, and they said they actually prefer that. In some of the other districts, it was closed, and they said they actually do prefer our model of having an open referral system.
Right, okay.
Open meaning anybody, a
Yes,
family could
absolutely.
refer themselves, student could ask,
Parent, yep,
teacher.
teacher, yes.
And I,
Nobody's concerned.
just relating to the finance piece, like I hear you that private insurance is billable, they'll do some pro bono to do an assessment and whatnot, but there are families that either don't have insurance or mental health care isn't covered on their insurance. So what's the answer there for those families?
Through the generosity of the foundation, we've been able to help support those families.
Okay.
Yeah, awesome.
Okay, so everybody will have access. There won't be a financial barrier whether or not they have insurance.
Correct, and we have not had that issue this year. I've helped some families get set up with that. I fill out the form, and then my job is just to make sure that they are routinely coming to meet with the therapist. So I check attendance, things of that nature, to make sure that our money's being well spent.
Great. Cool. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Number 13, technology, Mr. Meese.
Good evening. We have one item for technology tonight. It's item 13.1, kindergarten Chromebook purchase. Tonight we're asking for the approval to purchase Chromebooks for kindergarten classrooms as presented in the agenda. Are there any questions?
So we're switching from the iPads because the Chromebooks are cheaper and more reliable. Do you know what we're saving by switching?
Probably around $75 per device.
Okay.
And I feel the need to ask in this context, we are obviously still limiting the amount of use of Chromebooks in our kindergarten classroom as more and more research comes out to suggest we don't want our kids on devices all day long, that it actually, the brain research is becoming clearer and clearer that it's a distraction as much as anything else. So good to have, but not our primary mode of operation.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Sure.
Wendy, I had asked Kim about that, and they said they use them about 25 to 30 minutes a day, and it's just for iReady and Seesaw.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Awesome.
Yeah,
Thank you.
one, Steve, sorry.
Sure.
So we're buying, we talked about this in Facilities and Technology Committee, but what's the process for, the kindergarten gets the Chromebook, they work through it, and then they get recycled. The plan is to recycle back. Can you just, for everybody's benefit, how does the process work? What's the lifespan of a Chromebook? How many students use it? What's the recycling process for it?
So what we usually get around 7 years or so out of a Chromebook, as opposed to about 4 years for an iPad. And right now, the Chromebook program for the district is every 5th grade student and every 9th grade student gets a new Chromebook during that time period when they're in school. The kindergartners at this point have only been using iPads. This year was a pilot program. We piloted the Chromebooks in 6 classrooms, in those kindergarten classrooms. And that pilot showed us that the Chromebook was an acceptable alternative to the iPad. And getting that result, that made us feel like we could go ahead and outfit the rest of the kindergarten classrooms with those Chromebooks because the iPads are end of life. Once those Chromebooks move out of the 5th grade and 9th grade classrooms, we take those Chromebooks and we move them down to 1st, 2nd, 3rd grade, et cetera. Since this is the first foray in the kindergarten Chromebooks, this is our first major purchase for Chromebooks for kindergartners. At the end of their lifespan, they too will be recycled back into the system to be replacements for example, when a student has to send a Chromebook off for repair or something like that, we'll use the Chromebook as a temporary replacement in that instance.
So is the plan then to keep these Chromebooks at the kindergartner level, and when they move to 1st grade, they get one of the recycled ones from 5th or 9th grade?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Sure. Any other questions?
Thank you, sir. 14, treasurer update. Ms. Carver?
First item on the treasurer's agenda is the annual resolution to accept the amounts and rates as determined by the Hamilton County Budget Commission. This resolution is prepared by the Hamilton County Budget Commission, and that it is their certification back to us of our voted levy tax rates, the effective tax rates given the impact of House Bill 920, and the dollar amount to be raised by each levy. By passing this resolution, we are accepting their calculations and certifying that we do need these taxes in order to operate our district. The authoritative source for this action is the Ohio Revised Code, Section 5705.34. Moving on, the second item on the treasurer's agenda is the 5-year forecast fund. And as you know, we present the first installment of this in November, and then in May, we take another look and give an update. So this is the required May update. And first of all, I know the first couple of slides you see every year, but it's important to remind that this is simply a planning tool. It's an estimate of what is likely to happen in the future, and it is just based upon a snapshot of what today looks like, and then we adjust from today to reflect all known activities of the future, and then we have to make certain assumptions and predictions of what may happen. In other words, it's a living document that becomes outdated once any additional information comes to light or new events happen and that would make us change our assumptions for the future. So as such, it's a planning tool at best, not necessarily of a roadmap of where we're going to be. And again, as I said before, it's updated twice a year as new information becomes available. Moving on to the next slide, you see the forecasting challenges there. And as we make the forecast, we have to make assumptions, and some of them can be very difficult. We do base those assumptions on past trends and what knowledge we have at this point in time of what's going to happen in the future. These are some of the challenges on this slide that we face every year. One of the challenges that was particularly difficult this year, of course, was the state foundation payments, because we know what we've seen. The House budget says we're losing $850,000 over the biennial, almost over $2 million out of the 5-year forecast. That was the governor's version. Sorry, I think I said House. Whoops, sorry, misspoke there. That was the governor's version, but then the House comes along and gives us a little bit. So it gives us $127,000 the first year, $63,000 the next year. That's not much of an increase for a $100 million budget.
And really includes more inconsistency. We
Yes.
can't count on what they're doing, so.
Yeah, so just to keep in the forefront that the 5-year forecast will change as new information comes to light. On the next slide, and I know this is a slide you see every time I present the forecast, because I think it's very important to realize that this is only the general fund. The district has 20-plus other funds. Actually, 21% of the district's budget is in other funds, and there are activities and staffing that those other funds take care of. As a matter of fact, last meeting you saw we went through the federal funds and we talked about what things those funds took care of. So again, the general fund comprises 79% of our budget. Moving on to the next slide, you see our current 2025 projections, our year that's going to end here just in another month and a couple weeks. And we do expect to end the year with receiving just under $108 million in revenues and spending just under $102 million in expenditures. The expected gain for this year, the expected revenues over expenditures, is $6.3 million. That's not surprising considering that our current fiscal year 25, is the first full year of collections of the 2023 tax levy. So of course, school districts see higher revenues over expenditures in the first few years of the levy. And the revenue builds up some general fund cash reserves. In the subsequent years of the levies, as expenditures continue to grow with inflation, but revenue growth is held flatter, expenditures will take over the revenues, and you'll see later in the forecast that we start to spend down some of that cash balance. So moving on to the next slide, this is the revenues that we expect to receive in fiscal year 25. And you will see that 72% of our revenue in fiscal year 25 comes directly from our taxpayers. It comes to us in the form of tax payments or TIF payments. Tax payments flow directly to the district from the county. TIF revenues are resident or business taxes that are paid, just like everyone pays their taxes, to the county. The county then sends those tax revenues to the township as a TIF payment. And then the township remits to us a portion of those TIF revenues as per each TIF compensation agreement that we have with them. One of the things that I always pull the TIF revenues out of the other revenues, because the state does not have you put TIF revenues in property taxes, but it is taxes our people have paid. So I consider it coming from property taxes rather than coming from other. One thing to note is TIF revenues do lose their identity when they flow through the township, and they are no longer held to the restrictions that property taxes are held to. But still, they do come from our residents. And we are mainly a residential community. 88% of our property taxes come from residential property owners as opposed to business or industrial taxes. In 23% of our revenues come from the state, and 5% of our revenues are derived from miscellaneous sources such as rental fees, Medicaid reimbursements, our all-day tuition payments are deposited into the general fund. And in fiscal year 25, this particular section of our revenue is a little higher than normal because it included the return of the advance or the loan that we had given to the PI fund at the end of our fiscal 24 to fund the summer projects. So that's a brief synopsis of what our revenues look like. Moving on to the next slide, you will see what our expenditures look like. So in fiscal year 25, we're forecasting that 23% of our general fund budget will be spent on salaries and benefits. This is in line with districts throughout the state. It pretty much ranges from 80 to 85%. We run our own transportation. When you see people in the lower end of that 80%, they typically contract out some services, so that's usually why they're on the lower end. We don't have any subcontracting in our district, so we're right there at 83%. 9% of our budget is spent on purchased services. That's items such as utilities. We spend about $2 million a year in utilities, electric, gas, throughout all of our buildings. The other large portion of this is the Hamilton County ESC contract that you just heard about a bit ago. That, as you can see in board docs, is $1.9 million this year. So those make up a large portion of our purchase services. The additional 4% of the general fund budget is spent on materials and supplies. 4% is spent on debt issues, capital items, and others. Debt issues in the general fund that are paid out of the general fund include the lease purchase on the central office. It also includes the lease purchases on the operations center and the buses that were purchased slightly before I got here. I believe they were purchased in 17 or 18, so right before I got here. Moving on to the next slide, slide 8. This slide presents the differences between the November forecast versus the May forecast. We have some good news as the end of the year approaches. Revenues were up about $1.5 million. Those were due primarily to larger than expected TIF revenues. TIF revenues with the construction in the township had been increasing by about $400,000 per year. This year, $400,000 per half, let me say. This year, the one we just got that just came in a couple weeks ago increased by $1.2 million. So, and that was due to the apartments there by the town center. So I was a bit surprised that, keep in mind that you pay taxes a year in arrears, that the full valuation was already on there when they aren't even being rented yet. So that was a bit surprising. But anyhow, that was the primary reason for the larger than expected revenues.
Well, that basically forms the baseline for the future years then, right?
It does. What you'll find, though, it does form the baseline, and I would wait till a change comes in. But a lot of times what happens is you will see that once the valuation is set, they'll go to the Board of Revision and ask for a decrease.
reduction or
So,
what.
yeah.
But
So-
I mean,
yeah.
in that vein, in that light.
Yes,
generally
exactly, you're right. That sets the baseline, though. Yeah, exactly. Expenditures were slightly over forecast by 600,000, and it was primarily due to two reasons, and both of these reasons were simply timing, not necessarily going to affect the cash balance in the long-term forecasts. The first timing difference we made is we had transfers out throughout the forecast to transfer $340,000 each year into the legal provision PI fund to pay for the performance lawsuit settlement. With all the discussion going on in the State House, Larry and I had a talk, and while neither one of us believe, and it doesn't look like the 30% cap is going to be there, it's rather to be safe than sorry, because you never know what's going to happen with the state budget. So instead of moving, so we increased that transfer over $1.17 to the PI fund. So again, just the timing throughout the years of the forecast, not additional expenses. That transfer was partially offset by lower expenses, mainly in the technology area, a bit in the maintenance area as well. Especially in the technology area, we've got encumbrances outstanding for technology equipment that is not going to make it by the end of the year. So therefore, the cash basis, the forecast is reported on a cash basis. So those expenditures will not be in this year, but they will be moved to next year. So again, just a timing thing. The net result of both the revenue and the expenditure variances was an increase to the fiscal year 25 expected cash balance of $977,000. So good news there. Yeah.
Dumb question. If the state ends up putting that 30% line in there that you can't have cash beyond that, is that looking at the general fund balance of cash? I mean, it's that fund and that fund only that they're looking at?
That is what the House proposed and what is in their sub-bill. You've got a lot of other scenarios floating out there, and the County Auditor Association is weighing in, and they were planning to extend it. One of the scenarios, I believe, came from them. They were planning to extend it to all funds. So they would look at 30% of all expenditures and then keep that. So there's a lot of talk right now.
Well, that was my question, because if they look only at the general fund, we could transfer out monies to other funds and always hit the 30% number or be under the 30% number without actually losing money.
Which is what we've tried to do here, right?
Right. That's exactly. That's what we're doing. That's what I'm trying to. That's where we're headed right now with all that.
That is exactly what we did. Some of the other options would be there is another fund out there. The number escapes me, but anyhow, there's a fund out there that a lot of people transfer money for severance payments.
Right.
So that when you get to the end, so there are other places to transfer funds that you already have committed. So reservations of fund balance so that you can get it layered out a little. So we'll continue to watch that and adjust our accounting as we go along.
But for those who aren't paying attention, this is a fiscally responsible decision to try to protect our consistent money management should our representatives make poor decisions on our behalf.
And by establishing it before it goes in,
Yes.
nobody could go in and question, like, you guys are only doing this as a reaction to the new bill. You're like, no, we started doing this before.
Right.
Yes.
So we've established precedent.
Yeah. So we'll continue to take a look at that. Moving on to the next slide. This kind of is a snapshot of the 5-year forecast for all years. If you look at this, you see revenues. They were represented by the blue bar. And after the 24 and 25 years, you see they grow at a slower pace than expenditures, which are growing at inflation rate. And within salaries and benefits, we have that growing in line with our negotiated settlement, attrition, past attrition trends. We have 2% built in for most of the line items, except for if you look at materials and supply, you're going to see course of study, which kind of makes it go up and down a little bit. But anyhow, that's what we've got on there.
Anna, can we talk about this one for just a minute before you move on? So the reason 25 is higher than 24 is because that's the first official year we had the new levy in effect. But from 25 to 26, 27, 28, 29, it is consistent because House Bill 920 says the amount you bring in will not change.
Correct.
And yet expenditures increases because there are inflationary increases in all of our lives. So that is why when we look at this 5 years down the road, expenditures outpace revenue. This is not poor money management. This is not poor business management. This is the nature of how schools are set up to be funded.
Correct. And it would have been nice if back when they instituted House Bill 920, if they used some reasonableness. As we've seen, we understand you do not want 30% increases, and I'm not even sure what the increases were back in those days. But at some point, you also have to have a minimal level, allow a minimal level to allow us to keep up with the inflationary increases that we have.
And if we were able to keep up with inflationary increases, we wouldn't have to go back for a levy as often. We are forced to go back to a levy because we cannot change.
Correct, yes.
That raw amount we are getting.
Fair amount.
Sorry?
Or if the state funded a fair amount.
Or if the state funded, and I'm sorry, what adequate and equitable amount, which is what the Ohio Constitution says they are to do. So back to your slide that said they're funding 23% of our needs.
Yes.
I will leave it to the public to decide if they think that is adequate or equitable.
Yeah, and one thing, the reason the levy that was passed in 23, the reason there's 2 years of increases is because property taxes are levied and collected on a calendar year basis. And of course, our fiscal year runs from July 1 through June 30. So when it's passed in 23, the first amount came in spring of 24. So that was that year, and then fall of 24 and spring of 25 gave us a full years of collection, and 24 just had a half year of collection. Therefore, that's why you see the stair step of revenues.
Thank you. That's helpful.
On this slide too, Alana, obviously when we get to the point where expenditures are exceeding revenues and our cash balance gets to a certain level, that's when we have to go back to the community to ask for a levy. You know, when we passed the last levy, we were told 4 to 5 years. Looking at these projections with the understanding that we don't know what's going to happen at the state level, where are we looking right now? What would you project is when we would next have to go back to the community?
When we look at this, you see that, looking at this, you can see that expenditures start to exceed revenues in year 28. And if you could advance the slide, I think the next slide shows it a little bit better. Yeah, this has it here. So in year 3, out, we're still having our revenues exceed our expenditures by a very small amount, just 700,000. Year 28 is the first year that we see expenditures exceeding revenue. And then when we get to year 29, you can see that the net loss, the net amount by which expenditures exceed revenues is 5.7 million. We still have we're forecasted to have a fairly strong cash balance at that point, but fiscal year 29, would probably be the best year at this point, looking at this forecast, would be the point at which we should go. And of course, that would be a discussion with the whole board, and we need a lot more data. But in looking at this, certainly fiscal year 29, looking at this forecast with these assumptions.
No promises. A lot can change, a lot of factors out of our control, right? But
Yeah.
yeah, that's good to know. We still have several years.
Yeah. So, looking at the last slide, and this is the last slide I have that's informational. This, of course, shows our days cash on hand. And when we talk about the other data that we're going to look at, this is certainly going to be part of it. This is a statistic, a benchmark that you see on the monthly report. And it is one that shows that it's essential that schools maintain adequate levels of fund balance to mitigate current and future risk of expenditures maybe that we weren't planning for. And GFOA and other advisory organizations such as ASBO, the Association of School Business Officials, the national ones, recommend that schools have a minimum of 60 to 90 days of cash on hand at the end of the fiscal year in order to mitigate risk. So as you see, with the current assumptions, our cash balance is still going to be pretty strong in 2029. So that is going to be a discussion that we're going to have. So the next slide, just to conclude, Forest Hills remains a good return on investment. Our performance is high. Our fiscal responsibility, our cost per pupil is lower than county and state averages, and also our residential tax rate is right at the average in the county. So I know we've had a school district pass a levy at the May, so we probably, given that will increase their millage, will probably slip under the average for the county at the end of this year. So I believe that this shows Forest Hills remains a strong investment. I know this was pretty quick review, but if it wasn't enough, you've got 26 pages of financial data if you're having a little problem with this insomnia. That said, do you have any questions?
Quick question. Would it make sense for us as a district to put out there for public consumption the assumptions that go into this?
Yeah, and that is actually what's in the notes. It does explain at a pretty high level what goes in there, the past trends. It shows what the past amounts have been. Certainly, yeah, if you'd like to sit down, we can maybe beef them up.
I'm thinking bigger picture, like just general big picture, like our general assumption based on the teacher's contract and this, our general assumption on benefits is this, salaries is this, so people can just get a general idea. Again, it's one of those where I think we can start to eliminate the standard monthly questions as we provide more information to folks so that they know more.
I think that's a good idea, yeah. And I think, too, if we could sit down and go over the notes, I think, being the accounting professor, I'm sure you've got some good tips for me.
I do understand the notes, but and that's the other problem, right? I mean, I appreciate that I'm looking at it through a lens that most people don't have, thankfully for them. But again, you can get lost in these in a hurry and have really no idea what they're saying unless you understand, governmental accounting and whatnot. So that's why I'm wondering if we can put something together, just like a one-page, one-sheeter, so the general population can have just kind of a general understanding, like here's what we did and here's why we did it. And then it also allows us as a board to have discussions about the reasonableness of those assumptions.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good.
And again, I know you and I talked before the meeting. We'll sit down and we'll start hashing through some stuff.
I think that's a good idea.
So, thanks.
Yeah.
Are you going to go over the 5-year forecast? Or that was just the part of it? Because I have some questions on some of the pages.
Well, that was the overview, the PowerPoint. So did you have some? Yeah, if you have questions, now would be the time to ask.
Yeah, just really quick, because I heard you, so you guys said you might have to consider a levy in fiscal year 29?
Yes.
So on page 5 on the note, in the bottom of the box, no levy is forecasted throughout fiscal year 29?
A levy that was run in fiscal year '29 would not appear on the forecast until 2030.
Okay, so in 2030, you're projecting,
I wouldn't this far out. You typically, even if it shows the need, and I would say, hey, it's looking bad in 2030, keep in mind that we're going to have to consider some levy options to go ahead and, it's not typically done to put them on the forecast that
Right.
far out, because a lot could change in 5 years with valuations, and, we're going to have 2 more state budgets and a lot of that.
when's the next time that the teachers' contracts will be negotiated? What year is that?
Let's see, we are in the second year of a
3 years
three-year
from now.
contract, so we'll have 25, 26. We will be negotiating it in spring of '27. Is that right, Rob?
Yep.
And that would be for the 27, 28 school year?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, really quick, I thought you were
No,
gonna
you're
go
good.
through these, so I have a couple notes. What specific funding is based off enrollment?
Well, when you go through it, the base cost, and the base cost is based off of enrollment and a couple of the other fundings, but to be honest with you, we're on the guarantee.
Okay.
So when you use those enrollments to go through, you will see that it only and then you put in the 10% state share. We only have, the formula only says that we will get like 5.6 million. So we are on the guarantee to the tune of I think it's 6.2. If we go back, there's, the payment reports are in the finance committee, and we went through that. The finance committee notes that's on board docs.
Okay. And then on, what is this, page 9, this is unrestricted state aid revenue. Why is it all the same from 25 all the way out to 29? It's the same amount?
Because that
Is that not tied at all to enrollment?
No, again, we're on the guarantee.
Okay.
And so not knowing what the formula, if there's going to be a formula, if it's going to be the Fair School Funding formula, if it's going to be the Bridge formula, or what it's going to be, I flatlined.
What, do you just kind of take the average of the last 3 or 4 years and just flatline that going forward?
Actually, I just took this year and flatlined it going forward. So,
It would take us hundreds of students to get an increase.
Any additional dollars, so it doesn't,
yeah.
That's why.
it bounces around a little year to year, but basically projecting flat, conservative, and makes sense. Hopefully conservative.
Yes, definitely, conservative.
What about on page 14? There's a big jump, expenses 27, 28, 29. Is that projected for union contracts, or what is that? Because that, I mean, that's almost like a $5 million jump between some of those.
On 14?
Yes.
14 is the overall expenses, so we'd have to go back and look at the individual line items to see which one has the jump. I would imagine, if you look at page 18, you will see that the course of study planned adoptions. So you will see a huge jump. We spent quite a bit this year. Next year, if you look at 2026 at the chart under there, you're going to see the course of studies that they are planning to adopt. I'm on page 18. Okay, and then when we get to 27, looks like going to have a math course of
Yeah,
study.
$1 million.
That's when teaching and learning is planning to have a course of study adoptions. So those expenditures would have created a pretty, I mean, over $1 million jump between 26 and 27.
But between 26 and 27, it's almost, what, $5 million?
$4.5 million. Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
26, 27. So there are several of them showing $1 million jump. I think it's just what it adds up to, right? Like employee benefits looks like about $1 million jump. Yeah.
Supplies and materials has $1 million because of the course study.
Yeah.
Those are the only two I'm seeing.
6, 7. Yeah. I'd have to go back and, yeah, $1 job, purchase services.
Right, like in the notes, you're saying salaries are anticipated to increase by 1.3 million every year. Then we have the course of study, that's 1.1 million. It still doesn't account for the whole 5 million, but we're halfway there on just those two things alone.
Yeah. Oh, salaries is more than that on these charts, because it's
2.5 million.
It's 2.5
Benefits are
there,
1.1
plus the
million.
1 million in benefits and the 1 million in purchase services. That's 4.5. That's the difference, basically.
And then the course of study.
Yeah, I
and
included that one. That's
If you look at
if you-
page 19, you'll see the movement. And we have about 1.1 forecasted in capital outlay. But as we said, we had the supply chain issues where we had to move the money from 25 to 26. And we still had the budget for fiscal year 26, so there's the timing issue there as well.
So the short story, if we add up slides 15 on, we get those totals
Yeah.
for what we see in page 14.
Yes.
Yeah, I can
The
see that
line
now.
items add back to the, page 14 is a summary page of all the expenditure line items that follow.
That's right there.
It's just a really significant jump. Okay, and what about page 25? It's the last, so I guess my question is, when we looked at the November 24 projected end balance of fiscal year 29, it was like 16 million. And now on the May 25, we're looking at 26 million. So it was like a $9.8 million increase. I guess what happened over the last 6 months?
Wait a minute, which number are you looking at, Sarah?
Sorry, when we look at the 5-year forecast.
What page are you on?
25,
Very last
she
page, I
said the
think.
last page.
Last
Is that,
page?
is that the,
Sorry, 23.
is that the
Oh.
unexpected
23.
TIF revenue jump that spread out over those years?
23.
When you look at, if you're talking about the revenue and the expenditure, those are the net cumulative forecast impact, so over the course of the 5 years. So that's over the course of the 5 years. So when you compound some of the changes we've had, the numbers add up pretty quick.
Okay.
Like
So
for
just
ex-
over that 6-month period, that change for some of the stuff, I guess over the 5 years is the 9.8 million increase?
Once you take the changes that we put in that have happened over the last 6 months, and then you look at the accumulative effect for 5 years, yes, that's what
Yeah,
these
if, I mean,
numbers are.
if you have the TIF for 1 year is $1 million, over the course of
Yeah.
5 years, it's 5 million, so there's
There
five
you
to the 8
go.
million right there, right? So
Right there, yeah,
that's the bulk of it's right there.
yeah.
But maybe that would be a good thing on your one pager.
And that's
to be like,
exactly, that's
"Hey,
what
you
I'm,
know,
that's,
this."
that's
Yeah.
exactly right. That's what I'm trying to.
There you go.
Bingo.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions on the forecast?
People be like, oh,
I get it.
we done?
All right, moving
the
on to
treasurer's
the
report.
monthly reports now. So, yeah, still more
I'm door
numbers.
dashing a pizza.
May's a doozy.
All right, starting with the first slide on the April reports. The first slide, you see donations, and during the month, we received over 13,000, which brings our total donations for the fiscal year to 484,000. Moving on to slide B, that gives you a snapshot, or item B, sorry, it gives you a snapshot of our November 5-year forecast. Just to remind you, next month, we'll replace this slide with the May forecast. Want to wait till that forecast is approved. Moving on to item C, this presents the general fund, our 5-year forecast revenues by comparing the estimate that we have on our forecast with year-to-date actuals. You can see the largest portion of our revenues, again, come from local sources, as we talked. And at the end of April, the district has received all the property taxes we would expect to receive for our 2025 fiscal year. And when you take a look at that, it says we received 100%. That's just because of rounding.
Yeah.
You can see that we're a little short there by about 133,000. So what happened is there was a huge increase in Board of Revision cases. Typically, we have about 20. We had over 300 this past year. So that created, even though we had forecasts that there was going to be some decreases because of that, we did not have as much in there. So a little bit of a decrease there. Moving on to expenditures, item D. You can see expenditures in the general fund. With 83% of our fiscal year complete at the end of April, we've spent about 80% of our appropriations. So we're tracking exactly where we would expect to be at this point in the year in appropriation. Item E presents the activity of the general fund cash balance. The balance at the beginning of the year, $23.3 million. And then after adding revenues received and expenditures deducted year to date to April 30th, our cash balance stands at $34.6 million. Or to put another way, we have enough cash to operate the district for 125 days. And after encumbrances, our unencumbered balance is $30.3 million, leaving us with 110 days of unreserved cash to operate the district. Item F.
So can I ask a question? Just because I'm just morbidly curious now about if I'm doing my math right. So
Okay.
our ending cash balance in April is 34 million, and our general fund budget is about 100 million. So we're over the 30% cap at this moment.
We are, but the cap would be looked at the end of the year, so only one point in time.
Okay.
And this is a high cash flow for us because we've just finished getting all of our revenues from the county that we get in two big scoops, two different times of the year. So when we look at the rest of the year, they will not be as high cash flow, and we'll eat that cash balance down to be where it's expected to be on the 5-year forecast.
Okay, but when they would look at it would be June. I'm just
Yeah,
thinking about how this
June
becomes a
30,
problem
yeah.
for districts with the ebb and flow of cash over a year.
We just have to
Yeah.
encumber a lot more things before the end of the year, so it reduces the balance.
But I'm
Do
thinking
some
about
more
that.
transfers. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I know we talked about last time, but just to remind you, out of the 610, 612 districts, when they include the island districts, we were one of 85 districts that would have been under the 30% cash balance in 2024.
Super.
But this is a high point during the year, and we're at a high point of cash balance in our levy cycle right now.
Meaning 200 and something districts would have been over. Is that what you mean? Because you said we're one of 85 that would have been under?
Yeah, the majority are over, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So, moving on to item F. This presents the detailed activity in revenues and expenditures for the main permanent improvement special cost centers. So we use this item to also track the financial activity of our summer projects. And as you can move to the second slide, you see we're still waiting on one encumbrance to be paid out from the summer of 2024 projects. In discussions with Mr. Eckert and Mr. Corley, this work has been done. We're happy with it. We've been accepting it. The vendor has not sent us an invoice. So, of course, can't pay without an invoice, and I know John is trying very hard.
No, we won't get it free. They'll figure it out eventually.
But hopefully they'll send that and this slide will be done. But then moving on to the next slide, you will see a description of all of our 2025 summer projects, as well as the estimated budgets and expenditures as we begin to prepare for next summer. As you can see, we've already expended $200,000 and encumbered just under $2.3 million of the estimated $4.9 budget for our summer 2025 projects. Item G presents the interest earnings for the current fiscal year to date and has 2 years of history. During the month of April, the district received $212,000 in investment interest to bring our total investment earnings to $2.1 million for this fiscal year to date. Moving on to the next slide, you see our April 30th bank reconciliations and investments. And moving on to the next couple of slides, agenda items I and J detail some adjustments to our appropriations. And if you take a look at those adjustments, they're all in the 500 funds, which means they're federal grant dollars. And throughout the year, the federal grants reallocate allocations and send us more. Sometimes they take back a little. So these are all positive adjustments. So we just need to get those into our appropriations so we can spend them. Moving on to the last slide, item K. Item K requests board approval of an expenditure that did not issue a prior PO in accordance with the Ohio Revised Code. In order to pay this, we need to have board approval.
That's fine.
That said, in addition to this PowerPoint, you also have a cash position report on board docs that details all funds activity for the fiscal year to date.
Please don't go through that.
So, yeah, we could go over it line for line. Nope.
Save that for another day.
Another day.
It's like
All
an evening
right.
class all
That
over
said, any questions on the monthly reports? That said, I respectfully recommend that the board approve items 14.1 through 14.3K as part of the consent agenda, beginning with item 10.1. And thank you for your attention and your time tonight.
Thank you.
I will make a motion to approve action items 10.1 to 14.3 as presented.
14.3K.
14.3K as presented.
Second.
Sorry, I had to adjust my papers here. Dr. Strickler?
Yes.
Mr. Bibb?
Yes.
Mr. Bell?
Yes.
Mrs. Jonas?
Yes.
Dr. Simmons?
Yes.
Up next is Finance Committee reports, or committee reports, I'm sorry, Finance Committee.
Yeah, we last met as the Finance Committee in March, and I believe in the March board meeting, I gave a update regarding that committee, so there's not been another meeting since then.
Okay. 15.2, Human Resources Committee.
All right, Human Resources met on March 6th, and I do think that somehow missed our agenda last time. So just a couple quick updates, because I know it's getting late. We had a conversation about using the firm's sub-solutions to help with sub-hires, and that has been a very good decision for us. It has reduced the number of unfulfilled positions, both across certified and uncertified staff over the past few year or so, I believe. So I think the plan is to stick with them. And then we spent a little bit of time looking at some of our academic achievement data. So to the point of one of our speakers, I agree. I think bringing that data forth would be important. The particular comparisons we looked at were ECC comparisons of the different districts involved in the ECC. And we looked across third grade math and reading, as well as high school ELA and history, and in all of those areas, in all of the ECC comparisons, we are within the top 2, if not the top, across many, many years, longitudinally comparing from anywhere from 2010 to 2017 forward. So academically, very, very strong in terms of our overall results and what our students are continuing to to demonstrate. And then again, did that comparison, which Alana speaks to, of the cost per pupil in Hamilton County and where we stand, which is on the lower 25% of the districts that we were compared to in terms of cost. We did look at some of the enrollment data, and I had asked about raw numbers. Sarah and I were in that meeting wondering about that and looking at that there has been a change. It's not a huge change over time, but there has been some decrease in enrollment in terms of looking at seat to seat, but also then wanting to understand more about how does that include students who are not in a seat in our district, but for whom we are responsible, whether that's for transportation or other responsibilities. And that also led us into the conversation which Larry referred to earlier, which is we are also finding we have some students who have more intensive needs in our RISE classrooms, with some social emotional needs in our extended services classrooms, looking at socioeconomic status and some of the needs brought on by that. So again, trying to understand that it's not an apples to apples comparison in terms of numbers and needs and how that impacts our HR conversations. But overall, early on, class sizes were looking good for next year. Many positions had been posted that were open, and that work is largely underway right now, hence the need for a July meeting. So, so that was the HR report from March 6th.
Thank you. And the Teaching and Learning Committee meeting, you're up again.
I'm up again. So teaching and learning. Katie was our lead on teaching and learning, so I will defer to Mark as we move forward. But we met on March.
Not on that meeting.
You're welcome. You want to talk about this one? No. But I'm happy to talk about tonight's meeting. We met on March 10th and spent a lot of time actually in that meeting as well, overlapping with the HR discussion, talking about special education. At this point in our district, 11% of our students receive special education services, and 7.3% receive 504 support. So that is over 1,000 students in the district, about 18% or 1 in 5 students in each classroom. So there are definitely needs to be met and services to be provided. We look specifically at where we're seeing increases in needs. It is with the categories of emotional disturbance, autism, and other health impairment. And that is part of what has led to the need to look at additional RISE classrooms and a lot of the additional supports we've been looking at. Looking at successes, we have been on our report card closing the gaps with our students in special education, making sure, because we know that they absolutely can learn and can achieve. We have to figure out what the supports are that they need to be able to do that. So gap closing is a huge accomplishment in terms of making sure we're meeting kids' needs, and just the amount of staff who have been supportive of meeting all those kids' needs. Challenges largely live right now around behavior needs, especially in the primary level classrooms, which is a little bit different than what we've seen in previous years. So there is anticipation of opening new classrooms, especially at the primary level, to support students next year, and extended services classrooms for our students to make sure they're getting the supports that they need. Last month, we did pass the new model policies and procedures, so I won't spend time thinking about that. They'd worked through some of the changes in those supports, and then we discussed mental health services, and that led to my question earlier about the drop-in services and making sure that NECO was going to be able to provide the supports we needed for our elementary students. School links, I did want to share that we are looking at making a move from Zello, which has been the platform for looking at career, workforce development, assessments to help understand what your interests might be, that has been used elementary through 12th grade. It will still be used elementary, but looking at making a change to school links in the higher grades that will allow more parent-friendly access, tracking of different badges needed for graduation, access to college applications. So at the higher level, there's more of a link to what our students need for future career and career college workforce needs. Code of conduct is in the works in terms of updating, and there's been some work done around looking at intra-district transfers and really tightening up those policies and procedures a little bit to make sure that we are not overwhelming any of our buildings and that we have equitability across all of our different buildings. I think those were the basics from that meeting. It was a lot.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you very much. Item 16.1, board discussion. Does anybody have anything you'd like to say?
Congratulations to the 2025 graduates.
Yes, absolutely.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you want to?
We have a few things. And we're going to talk about the resolution to join vouchers, the voucher lawsuit in a minute. So I'll skip that stuff for right now. But first, I wasn't here last month, so I just wanted to welcome Mark. I didn't have an opportunity to welcome him, so welcome here. You know, it's always, the end of the year is an exciting time. I reflect on it as my son's moving out of elementary school and going to Nagel and all the nerves that come along with that. But, you know, all the end of year festivities at all the schools are so meaningful to the students and the teachers. And one in particular was the band concert this year. And I wanted to shout out the Forest Hills band program, the coordination between the elementary schools and middle schools to put on an amazing concert at Anderson High School last week was something else. You know, we heard about the Forest Hills 5K and all the success there. And I don't know, like just being out there and just getting away from the politics of school boards and school districts and all that stuff. Like everybody's out there having a good time, smiling. Doesn't matter what political affiliation you are, just people are out there supporting the school district is so awesome to see. So those were kind of some of my more general comments, but there were a couple other ones too. The first, I just wanted to ask questions about the Parks Committee, or the Parks Board have formed a committee on a study for what to do with the Beach Acres land. I know Wendy, you were at, and Larry were at the meeting. And I wanted to get an update on that and also just kind of find out where we are with membership. I would like to, I have a lot of market research experience and I'd like to be on that board as well or be as an alternate if you can't make it. What are we doing with that? Who's on this committee? And then what's the latest on it?
Yeah. Do you want me to give an update
Sure.
right now?
Yeah.
Okay. That was first on my list. So there has been a steering committee formed, which I'm very excited about, with the Anderson Township Parks Board, the Anderson Township trustees, and the Forest Hill School District. Larry and I were at a meeting yesterday, I think. The days. And it really appeared to be largely a kick-off steering committee meeting. There had been some initial work with an organization that is going to help put together a large-scale survey to gather information from the community about what we want to see happen with the Beach Acres land. There was, I think, by that group, to be honest with you, a little bit of putting the cart before the horse and trying to start coming up with survey questions without really understanding what our community needs were. So the meeting this week was really a chance to put a pause and say, time out. The focus isn't parks as a whole. The focus is really this Beach Acres land. The focus is really getting good information from our community without putting their ideas in their head about what we might want, but what is the vision for how this parks land could be used in a way that would benefit our community, hopefully, you know, in a collaborative effort between the schools, the parks, and the trustees. So there are some initial focus groups starting that will have very open-ended questions. They include different leadership groups within our district who are being invited. Round 1, I believe, is tomorrow. Round 2 is not yet scheduled because we're trying to take it a little bit slow to make sure that we're getting the information we want. From those focus groups, there will be a survey coming that, as a district, we will make sure we send out through district means. It will also be available at Anderson single day, and other park events throughout the summer. There'll be a larger survey that will be sent to a random sampling of homes, and then there will be a smaller version of that same survey available to anyone in the community. There will also be at least one community open house so that community members can come and make sure that their voice is heard about what the next steps are. So I am very positive about the opportunities we have at this moment to look at how we can most successfully come together across our different leadership organizations and really do this slowly and well to make sure that community input is a part of what's happening. So please keep your eyes open for that survey. It's not out yet, but as the focus groups are taken care of, we will be closer to sharing that with you. So I think it's exciting work. I was glad I could be able to be there. I will say our next meeting, because they are really, it's hard to bring a large group of people together. We ended up with it on Monday the 9th, which is the date we have our Forest Hills Board work session. So we're squeezing that in at 1 o'clock before our 2 o'clock Larry asked me if that was
Might be
1 to
coming in a little hot,
145,
so
and I
just-
said, how about 1 to 158, and then we'll drive down the street. So it is challenging to find meeting times, and they do tend to be looking at daytime meeting times with that group. So I do think in terms of involvement, it probably is important to have people with some flex in schedules, and I would love to have an alternative, because I could see with the pace at which this is moving, summer vacations and things like that interfering. So I like your idea of figuring out who can represent and who alternatives are. And I'm open to that. I'm glad to be a part of it. I was involved in some of the early coffees around trying to bring people together, so I'm excited to see it move forward.
Great. Yeah, I guess let me know how to can contribute when we can talk more about that at another time. I appreciate the update on it. All right, so one other thing that I want to address here in the board discussion, we've had the last several months, we've had speakers come up here and read excerpts from books completely out of context, suggesting these books be banned. And I want to get an update, because last month, when I was out of the country, I was listening to the board meeting, and a comment was made that these books had been pulled from the shelves. And that caught me off guard. And in the communication, Larry, that you've given us and the board is that these books have been pulled, subject to review, and then the entire process for reviewing books needs to be updated, because it hasn't been updated since 2014. And I guess I just want to understand the rationale for pulling, I think it was 7 or 8 books, these 7 or 8 books in particular, to launch this process of reviewing books that are in our libraries or instructional materials.
Right.
It's like, why was the decision made to pull these books specifically?
Well, with some of the information and the concerns, we wanted to make sure, first of all, that our process, which is our administrative guidelines, that is really how do we carry out a policy number, in particular policy 2520. As I mentioned to you all in my brief, that what we found was that the process for reviewing and when they initially come into a library hadn't been updated since 2010, different time and place. Also, our research quickly found that we had no documentation that even that process was done. Not that it wasn't, but there was no documentation to say that it was. So we decided that, and really that's my call, but we decided as a group the smartest thing to do would be to pull them. Let's look at our process, the administrative guidelines, again, which is how we enforce the policy. And I sent you out a draft of what we wanted to do. This was with building principals. We don't have media specialists anymore. That was part of a cut way back. But we did, some of the people are innovation specialists, is what we call them now. But they helped us develop kind of a new way of just looking at that, because we get it from a lot of ways. Books can come into us in mass by a company that donates it. Somebody gives them to us. We can purchase them. So we just wanted to make sure that what we were doing, we were actually doing some due diligence on it. So we've got a draft together. It's something that you just can't pull the plug on right out mid-year. So we wanted to make sure that we had a good process. Like I said, it's a draft. You see the draft. We've added, so there's more than one set of eyes on it when it comes in. We're not looking at going through every book, but the ones that we were presented with. Not that we agree or disagree. Those books may ultimately be back. Some may, some not. I don't know that. I want to have the process so that it's very transparent. You can see it, and parents have an option to say, I don't want my kid to be able to go into this library and get this book. that's a possibility too, which we never had. So that's kind of the idea. We are meeting again mid-June. Right now, just trying to close up the school year. We'll be meeting mid-June with my DLT, my district leadership team, which again is that same group of principals. We'll finalize it. Then we need to make sure that everybody understands what it is and how it goes through, and then we'll go from there. So.
I appreciate the effort to update these procedures and make sure that any instructional materials that we're getting are vetted as they need to be. My concern is the precedent that this sets for someone complaining about a book, and particularly the nature of these books. The books that were complained about would fall under this boogeyman DEI umbrella of this made-up problem that doesn't exist in school districts. And these books center diverse voices. They center voices of LGBTQ characters. They talk about child sexual abuse and sexual trauma. And they speak to a very diverse group of students that reflect issues and challenges that our students are going through today. Each one of these books are award-winning, critically acclaimed books. Books like The Hate You Give is a book like that is reason why we shouldn't be banning books. Like, that's a book people should be reading to have a better understanding of things that are actually happening in our society related to race that are different than what you might see as folks interact in different neighborhoods. And so, I come back to this, like, our culture blueprint, this every moment matters, and all this stuff that we keep putting out there about, like, our 20 square feet, and we respect each voice, and we serve and support each other, and we be honest and authentic. But then we pull these books that are specifically targeting these culture wars that have been just pummeling our school district for the past 4 years. And we have a couple speakers come out and speak about these things that have no credibility to be able to speak on them, that are informed by Moms for Liberty, which, if we are following any guidelines from Moms for Liberty, we have failed as a school district, okay? And we have hundreds, if not thousands, of parents who reached out about Diversity Day. Hundreds, if not thousands, that reached out about the mural, that reached out about evaluations, and we don't get any response. Right? Like, I remember when this room was packed with people saying, look at us, when the mural was painted over, and there was no response, nothing in terms of what happened and why we did that. It was just covered up and then painted over. And then one unreliable non-parent comes up and reads excerpts from a book with no context, and we just pull these books. It sends such a bad message that we're targeting books featuring diverse characters and diverse topics at the whims of political requests. And it sets a precedent for, all right, we did these books. All right, what are the next books we're not satisfied with? Because Moms for Liberty's got a list of hundreds of books, and they've been at this in many other states. I am ardently against banning books, and I would very much like to see these 7 books put back in the libraries. I don't want them used as a context for revising our procedures on this. If we need to update the procedures, great. Let's do it in an objective way, not with these 7 or 8 books in mind. And then we determine a process for how do we determine whether a book needs to be reviewed. Is it one single parent's complaint? Is it a group's complaint? Are we reviewing every single book that's coming into our library? Surely we're not doing that with the hundreds of thousands of books that we have in our libraries. And Wendy, you were telling me, like, how many students are checking out books from the library at Anderson and Turpin?
Anderson, there was 3 this year.
3. So why are we pulling books when 3 students checked out books, right?
Right.
And if we're concerned with sexual content in these books, like, have we heard of the internet? Like, what the fuck? Like, there is so much content out there that is readily available to kids in elementary school even. So, like, banning a book to preserve the sanctity of these children, like, get around some kids, listen to what they're talking about, look at what they're watching on YouTube, and look at the content that is readily available online. It's so ridiculous that we would even consider this stuff. And I'm so fired up about it. And I would like to ask that all these books be put back in the library and we disregard any of the speakers that have come in previously suggesting that we pull any books from our shelves.
Can I, real quick? I feel like most of us are probably in a similar place at the end of the day. It's the process by which we get there, and I think that's really more of what's going on here. I certainly, I'm not Larry, and I'm not in Larry's mind. I think it was a realization, again, credibility of speakers, non-credibility speakers, everybody's allowed to talk, fine. I think it highlighted an issue for Larry, and he made the decision to pull and then evaluate the process, where I think, Jason, what you're saying is we should not have pulled. We still need to make sure we have a process. Sure. Yeah, so it's more like what came first. In your opinion, it should have been process, then pull if you need to, or don't pull. I said that I'm not part of that right now. Versus Larry's decision to pull and then process. I mean, I think that's where we are at the end of the day, because I don't think, based upon the emails that I've read from Larry and listening to him tonight, I don't think there's any predisposed notion by you to ban these books based upon a single speaker or a single complaint. At least I would hope not.
We do have processes for that as well as.
So I think it's a matter of, and I don't know where, I mean, ultimately it does fall under our purview because we're the board. It's just a matter of, I think we all agree we need this process in place. We need to make sure it's well articulated. I know Sarah sent an email. We need to make sure we understand the definitions that are in the process, because different people have different interpretations about what is vulgar, what is not. And so those are discussions I think we need to have. The question is simply, and I do tend to fall with Jason on this, I don't think that pulling them before the process was necessarily, again, it's an opinion. Like there's no right or wrong answer in this. Like it's a very gray area. I don't think that pulling them prior to the review was necessarily the right call from my perspective. But again, I don't sit in your chair dealing with it day in, day out. So I do a little bit defer to how you reacted. And if I was in a similar position sitting in the superintendent's chair day in, day out, I may have reacted the same way.
And I hear what you're saying. I guess the piece I would just add to that through the teacher lens is that one of the things we are working so hard as teachers to create is critical thinkers who can understand experiences beyond their own, who have empathy, who have a greater knowledge of the world. And we can't be out there experiencing everything. That's just not the way the world works. And books allow an opportunity to do that. And teachers in all of our classrooms are working so hard to try to foster reading and a love of reading. And that starts early on with good early foundational skills in phonics and what have you, but at some point that involves finding those books that kids connect with. And that means having a rich, wide, diverse body of literature in your classroom so that students can go in. And I know, and I've been in classes where there are contests around reading different genres and and how, the opportunity to read different books and do mock Newbery challenges and present books in a presentation back to your class to try to convince other students what they should read, right? To get students to want to do that, you have to have lots of different types of books available so kids can find what interests them, what's going to hold them and grab them and make them want to read. And if we start limiting what the options are, even through saying parents can sign off on not having access to classroom libraries, we tie a teacher's hands in terms of trying to help create that love of learning and that love of reading. And I just think we have to be very careful about that slippery slope.
Well, I guess obviously I probably feel different than you guys. I appreciate you being cautious and at least pulling those books. And just to, I'm not for the book banning. I think it's the pornographic material I'm not sure has a place in the schools. So Under the Supreme Court precedent, the BOE of Island Trees Union Free School versus Pico, it's a case in 1982. And basically, the Supreme Court held that local school boards may remove books that are pervasively vulgar and unsuitable for children. So, I mean, for me, that's why I was asking, what does the school district think the definition of pervasively vulgar is? I mean, does that meet the definition of pornographic material? Because also, I mean, I would want to know all of that. I don't think those pornographic books, you know, have any place in the schools. If they're in libraries, you know, at the public library, you know, parents can expose their kids, you know, that way. But as the BOE, the in loco parentis is Latin for in place of the parent, and I think as the Board of Education, it's our job to make sure that we're not letting anything, you know, that crosses the line maybe get into the hands of the kids. So I would appreciate the investigation you guys do, and I hope, you know, moving forward, there's some kind of process to be able to look at these books and obviously have that word defined.
That case that you mentioned said the school board may decide to pull, which would suggest that it's a board decision if we're going to be pulling any books. And the board never made a decision on whether these books should be pulled. Secondly, I'm assuming in a few minutes you're getting ready to argue in favor of parent choice on these vouchers, but you're denying parent choice to read books. And these are not pornographic books. They're sexually explicit chapters. What does the epilogue talk about in Perks of Being a Wallflower and the context in the chapter or the excerpt that was read a couple months ago here?
So the context is understanding this child into adults' experience of feeling alone and isolated, and it basically speaks to a wonderful letter he has written back to a stranger about how there are times we all feel alone and we all feel isolated, and we may have been through trauma, but we are important in the world, and every one of us is important, and even when we feel alone, we're part of that community of feeling alone, and that it's important we're all here and we're all part of the story. And that's the message it ends with, and that's a message I would love every one of our teenagers to have heard.
And that Perks of a Wallflower book was specifically for seniors, which I guess are closer to being a young adult. But that book was actually read to a 10th grade class, and I think that's why the parents had emailed in. Specifically, this lucky one, this is available to 7th and 8th graders. I have an 8th grader. I mean, I wouldn't want this in his hands. I think there's much better literature that can be read out there, but I think I understand you don't want to ban any books, but there is precedent that the board could vote if you determine something is pervasively vulgar and unsuitable for children. Because I'm not sure why anybody would want pornographic material in the schools.
Yeah, I think you're...
Let's just, what's going to come down at the end of the day, I'm trying to be pragmatic in the interest of the fact that it's 10:05 p.m. and my pizza order is probably going to be here in 3 minutes. At the end of that, we can sit there and say Larry did the right thing, Larry did the wrong thing as far as pulling the books. The school year's over. So from a pragmatic standpoint right now, it doesn't matter. From a purely pragmatic, at this point, it doesn't matter if you pulled them or not because school's over for the summer. So in that vein, rather than sitting up here, us having a dialogue about this, which we're not going to get anywhere sitting here right now, I think what makes sense is for you to have that meeting in June, and then at a June or July board meeting, involve us so that we can clearly understand what's going on. And then we, as a board, can come up with a definition, if we agree with you, if we think there should be more more language, less language, and we as a board can go from there. Because I mean, we're sitting here right now arguing, and we're not going to come to a conclusion. It's the end of the school year, so it really doesn't matter if they ban them or not right now. It does not matter right now.
Yeah.
And we can, and you can publicly admonish Larry, and certainly that is your opinion. And as I said, I wouldn't have pulled them either myself. But just from a very pragmatic standpoint, it doesn't matter on May 21st
It doesn't matter in the context that the kids can't check them out and read them, but it matters in the context of it sets a precedent that we're willing to pull books if someone comes and complains about them at a board
But that's
meeting.
where the process going forward
Right.
will
That-
completely eliminate that.
That's something that wasn't in the draft that I would very much like to see, is like,
What's the process for when you
what's-
decide to pull?
Yeah, like
Agreed.
when to review, like what is the threshold when we decide we're gonna review a book that we have in our library? Like any book coming in and there's an auto review, great, but like if someone complains or there's an issue with something read in class, like what is that threshold that defines this is a book we need to pull for review, whatever it might be? That's something I would like to see.
That's-
Once you have a process, you won't be pooling any, right? You would just review it and see if it falls.
I think, I think his point is just if some parent complains, what do you do?
Right.
You have to, there is a process when that happens, and that's a secondary issue to this. This issue kind of showed that there was some flaws with the process for it even being bought to be put into the library, which should be done at the building, which we do at the building level with the people that with our principals. We'll have a group of principals, so it's in draft form. We'll certainly share that with you as soon as we have our meetings.
And again, and we as a board ultimately will approve the process that we believe makes sense for our district.
Yeah.
Correct? So, all right.
All right. That's all I have before we get to the voucher stuff, unless anybody else has comments.
I just have two quick things. Superintendent and treasurer evaluations are actually in draft form, so our board will be moving forward with evaluations in the near future, and I think that's great progress. So kudos that we're getting there, and I like to do my shout outs. So I'm taking Kyle Fender's lead on the academics, athletics, and arts. Academics, just again, a shout out to Fritz and Jacob on their science fair presentation earlier. That was amazing. As well, in terms of academics, there are 4 Turpin students, Jacob Deschler, Luke Elliott, Hayden Myers, and Brandon Thacker, who qualified to compete in an in-person stock market game competition at UC, and earned highest scores there. And Kyle Easton wrote an essay that earned one of the 6 $30,000 scholarships from the CEO of the Better Business Bureau. So we have got kids doing great academic things in our district. Athletics pains me a little bit as a Sherwood parent, but congratulations to Wilson, as they are the current reigning champions in the 6th grade Olympics. Arts, Frozen was a huge success, and I had the pleasure of seeing Mamma Mia a couple weeks ago, and man, do we have some talented singers in our school. We also recently got the Best Communities for Music Education Award yet again, and I think that's outstanding. And then community and service. The Anderson High School Environmental Science Club hosted an Earth Day on April 19th and focused on different presentations around careers and sustainability and other important things for our world. Forest Hills 5K certainly brought us together. Camp Kern brought our 5th graders together across the district. AIR hosted their annual Global Adventure Day to learn about experiences beyond their own. And Mercer Assistant Principal Kimberly Beard was named the 2025 Outstanding Second-in-Command Administrator by the Ohio Association of Elementary School Administrators. So we have got amazing things happening across academics, athletics, arts, and community, and we should all be focusing on that great work.
And there's one more. Go ahead and brag on your son too and the project that he completed, because that's an awesome thing that happened in the
Well,
district.
I wasn't going to mention that, but my son Eli is working on his Eagle Scout project and actually got one of the Forest Hills Foundation grants.
Awesome.
They spelled his name wrong, so he didn't get it by association with me. But he actually built an amazing gravel path on the backfield of Turpin from the HUUC parking lot to the athletic entrance, where a lot of students traverse every day. And when it is muddy and when it is icy, it is dangerous and it is messy. And the custodians have been, I believe, appreciative of less mess. And we heard back from Larry Corley that it solved a problem and is already well in use. So
Wish that was the case back when my kids were here.
right.
I'm saying something for like 30 seconds and I'm done. One, I applaud each of you for sitting here for 3.5 hours. And you might think I'm being funny, but I'm not. Because it's you guys being out there that are that committed to this that really makes all of this worthwhile. It's funny to listen to people on each side of the aisle talk, and I truly love the different perspectives on things. What makes me laugh probably, though, is those folks that decide to talk and then immediately leave without listening to what's the rest of the meeting. And it's those things that make me take those comments with a grain of salt and kind of think whatever. Two, I would just like to make a point about each side of the aisle that we have certainly in play here, and I made this comment to a couple people on the board. I refer back all the time to Antonin Scalia and Ruth Bader Ginsburg. If people don't know who they are, I'm sorry. Two incredible Supreme Court justices who have passed. They were on complete opposite ideological sides, and I believe in over 95% of the cases that they both were on, if there was a difference of opinion, they were two on the opposite sides. And yet they remain best friends for life. I would like to think that we as a district can accept that other people have opinions that are different from ours, not call them out, not catcall, not talk behind their backs. Let's treat each other with decorum and treat each other as we want our kids to treat other people.
Thank you. Anything else?
I'm done.
All right.
My pizza's coming.
Okay.
Oh, good. We're almost done.
All right. We got two more things. 16.2, resolutions to join the Vouchers Hurt Ohio. Really quick. For those of you who are saying I am taking a bribe, I work in the financial services industry. I have specific license. I'm an elected official. That is defamation. That is slander. I have not taken a bribe from anybody. I got an email from a citizen offering to join and paying for it. I don't see that money. That's not a bribe. The district gets the money. There was no pressure for me to do this. It was a simple question. As I look at what the state budget is doing to our district, taking the money away from us, giving it to other entities who do not have to follow the same rules that we have to follow, who do not have to pay for transportation for the students. We pay for it. We take care of that. That is why I decided to do this. That is the only reason I decided to do this, not because somebody pressured me. One email is not pressure. I've had pressure from this, and I've not changed my opinion on other things. So one email didn't pressure me to do this. And that's all I have to say.
Yeah, Bob, I think it's unfortunate that those accusations were levied against you, and the most vocal of those people don't even come to the board meeting to discuss it. We also had our lawyer, Bill Dieters, comment on this, which essentially, from a legal perspective, says there's no violation of Ohio law, ethics, this doesn't constitute a bribe. And so, it's unfortunate that the conversation went that way instead of focusing on the issue of the voucher lawsuit. So I'm sorry that you had to deal with that.
And if you have issues with what we're doing, direct your anger and your frustration to the bureaucrats in Columbus. They are the ones who control this, not us.
Yep. 100%.
I would just add that it was June of 2024, so almost a year ago when I first brought this to the table. So this is not a new conversation that evolved from a single email. This was a discussion we'd been having, and we had received other emails about needing to think about how we actively work to protect public education in Ohio. Every family absolutely has a choice. You have the choice to be a part of our amazing schools that are Forest Hills for free, or you can choose a better option that meets your family's needs. But this isn't about a choice of rugged individualism and everyone gets their own. This is a choice about the common good. And the Ohio Constitution says that there will be a public school system for the common good. In the same way we fund roads and police and defense and all of our schools as part of the common good. And so this decision, because at the end of the day, whether it's pulled directly out of Forest Hills or whether that happens up here, there is one pot of money. The state budget is required to be balanced at the end of the year. So if we start allowing $1 billion to go to a state voucher system, they're going to have to pull that money from somewhere else to balance the budget. And education is one line item in the budget. So if the money goes there at some point in some way, it's not coming here. as a public school, if we were funded in the same way vouchers are currently being funded, if we were getting $6,000 from the school per student, which might actually be adequate and equitable per the Constitution, we would have over a decade before we'd even need to have a conversation about a levy. So this isn't just about our kids. This is also about the taxpayers. This is about you and me not wanting to see another levy before we need to. Because the reality is, if the state is only paying 23% of the cost of educating our students, and they start to take that away, the only other source of income we have is property taxes in this community. It means we're going to have to come back to you sooner. So we absolutely need to look at how to address this. I think it's also important to understand that there have been different variations in vouchers around for a long time, and they've had parameters and controls around them. And with the Ed Choice expansion, that has all gone away. Anybody can get a voucher. Everybody gets something. There is no limit to those, which means we can have a billionaire family in Forest Hills, a billionaire family with 4 kids. If they send their 4 kids through the private school system, through the current Ed Choice voucher expansion, they will get about $35,000 to supplement them sending their kids to private schools. A billionaire family. This isn't being used in the way it was originally intended. There was conversation that if we go forth with this, we're going to deny private school opportunities to kids who want them. In our school district, it was 6% or less of students from low-income families who were taking advantage of this.
6.35%.
Thank you, 6.35% of families from low income who were taking advantage of this. That means 93% of families were families who had already made decisions largely to be in private schools and were now getting a subsidy to be able to do so. It is in our best interest, it is in our kids' best interest, it is in the taxpayer best interest that we support this. And one of the emails we got, I think, said it beautifully. This is not about private versus public school. It's about protecting the fundamental right of every child in our community to a high-quality, comprehensive education within a transparent and publicly accountable system. It's about safeguarding the financial health of our district and ensuring that our public schools can continue to be a cornerstone for all of our families.
So I have a couple questions. I think about this a little bit different than you guys, but just, we had the donor come up and say that she was gonna pay the initial fee. The lawsuit isn't just 1 year, it will go on and on. So who pays for it the second year, the third year, and the fourth year?
I mean, I think that's for the board to decide in the second year, third year, and fourth year.
I believe somebody sent us an email, said they would fundraise for it.
Okay. Have we looked at the financials of this at all and how the money so far has been spent? Because this has been going on for 2 years already. Has anybody asked them about?
They don't produce their financials publicly. I was on the website. There's no financial data. It does say what they're spending their money on. That's like 25 cents of every dollar goes one place, 25 cents, and then 50 cents.
Are you talking about the private schools? What they're spending their money?
No.
The
lawsuit,
lawsuit.
the coalition. The coalition.
Yeah.
It tells cents on the dollar what they spend, but there is no overall financial report, so we don't know how much money they've received and what they're spending it on, at least publicly.
Wouldn't it be smart to know, I mean, you've got 300 school districts, there's probably a nice bucket of money. What's it being spent on? And isn't there supposed to be some type of decision here in the next month or so?
In 2025, the lawsuit is supposed to go to court, so we are on that timeline.
The first level of court.
Okay. And according to the ODE stats, it shows that 1,152 students in Forest Hills uses those vouchers. So I don't know, like, who are we to say that we know how to educate somebody's kid better than they do?
Yeah, and I think.
Remember, this is what we were just talking about.
You guys, you have to have decorum.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we're to say what's best for anybody. People can homeschool, people can go to private school, charter school, whatever have you. The issue is whether public tax dollars should be paying for it.
Sure, but if it's coming out of one line, that's students, right? All students' education.
Yeah, but,
That's how I see it.
but it's the
Not when
parents
they're
don't.
not when they're reducing what we're getting.
Okay, and I had asked Elena that. This is, Ed Choice expansion has been going on for 2 years. Can you please tell me how the Ed Choice expansion program has directly affected Forest Hills the last 2 years?
And I think a lot of people, and Wendy have said it better than I could say it, and I know that a couple of you have emailed me and I've told you. Back in prior to fiscal year 22, those students were in our enrollment counts, and I got revenue for all of our students plus all of their students, and then there was a deduction taken out, which was more than I got per pupil.
So back before then, it was like we got the 2,600 for everybody, and then the 6,000 or 7,000 for those students that were private came back out of the bottom. So we were at a net loss of 4,000 or 5,000 per student that came out.
Beginning in fiscal year 22, they started funding them directly. And it's just exactly what people have said. Bob said it, Wendy said it. There's a pie. And when you look at how that pie is divvied up over the last couple of years, a large portion has gone to vouchers. And I've given that to you, Sarah, and I think to most of you who have asked for it. I've handed that out. So that's the issue. That is the issue, is that pie and that divvying out.
And that's the
You asked
state,
me-
the
you
state
asked-
pie?
Yeah,
That's
the
what you're
state
talking
pie,
about?
because
But
it does.
how directly has it affected Forest Hills over those years? Because on the 5-year forecast, I mean, I don't see a dip in revenue at all
I think
from
the,
those vouchers.
the issue is that we have the state right now telling us they can't fund public education. Well, you can't fund public education because all of a sudden you have $1 billion going out to vouchers. And with regard to your question about the families and the increases, and I'll look up Forest Hills numbers, I can give you the general state numbers.
But really quick,
there was
because
only a
I've-
3% increase in enrollment in private schools. There was a 300% increase in use of vouchers. So the vouchers are being used by families who'd already made the decision to go there. That's great. That's your choice, 100%. But now we're funding it for families who had already made that choice and already made the choice that that was how they were going to use their money. That's fine. That's personal choice. It is not your choice to have public funds pay for it. And the answer to your question about the direct implication on Forest Hills is this is why we're here putting forth resolutions for fair school funding and to get our fair share and to be equitably funded and to think about increasing the base cost. And we have legislators saying, oh, we don't have the money to do that. Well, you do. You're choosing to spend it elsewhere, and it's not constitutional.
Sarah, I think, let me try to answer your question the best I can. I think to date, we have not had a huge impact historically from 22 till now from the change from the direct voucher system. We haven't seen a huge dip in state revenues. The fear, and I think this is what's driving the lawsuit, and I think that's what's driving those of us up here who are deciding to go with that way with supporting it, is that going forward, they're going to continue to put more and more money into the private. They're going to continue to change the fair state funding formula. They're going to continue the 30% cap. They're going to start to institute more things. So you're absolutely right. Historically, I don't think there's been a huge impact to us financially.
Do you agree with that? That there hasn't been much of an impact?
Because you haven't seen the revenues really dip in the last 3 or 4 years.
We do have, we have numbers, though. We have the governor's budget simulation.
No, not budget. We're talking historically.
I know, but the governor's simulation is telling us how much money we're going to be losing that we used to get.
Again, Jason, we're talking historically. We're just talking historically.
But we don't have that data.
I'm just saying, we have not seen a huge dip historically.
We have not seen a huge dip, but I think,
And
like
that's-
we've heard people
Thank you, that's
say.
all I wanted to hear.
That's the point isn't, we can sit here and argue semantics. The point isn't where we've been. The point I think that most of us are trying to argue is going forward, if we continue down this path, what is going to happen with this one line item? What are they going to do? Are they going to continue to go down this path of reduce the fair school funding formula, increase the voucher system, put the 30% cap in place? That's, I think, the fear that's driving this whole coalition. It's not that most districts have been horribly impacted historically. It's that as a result of the change, it's the what exactly. It is the what if scenario that everybody's talking about here.
And we wouldn't have been historically impacted to a great extent because voucher expansion just opened up, if I believe it was in the 23
Right.
or school year. So this is new, but the expansion has been huge and unlimited and with no parameters
When at some
around
point,
it.
the bucket runs dry.
Yes.
We see the
There you
changes to
There you
the
go,
proposed
yeah.
budgets.
That's
The
the point.
state,
We're
the
getting
state
cuts.
operates residually budgeting.
Right.
You can say what you want to, it's all good about, gosh, we ought to do this, we ought to do that. They look at this pie and they go, we gotta fund this. It's how much can we do? That's why you get this fair school funding model not being fully instituted with inputs at the current level because they can't do it. The
Right.
pie
afford it
is
now.
bigger than what they have in their general revenue fund. That's kind of what's happening.
Quick, just again, as hopefully you can tell, I'm fairly pragmatic. If we decided not to join this lawsuit, does it impact anything? No. I mean, you have 300 school districts. I can't imagine 301. They'll be like, oh, now we've got a critical mass. I mean, is this one of those things that we are more, I don't want to use the word union, but it's a little more, we're trying to be in solidarity and trying to create a solidarity with all of the districts in Ohio to try to show the state government that we are all together on this.
I
Is
think
that-
there's solidarity, but I also think, to the point of several of the speakers in our community, if we don't show that we're advocating, if we aren't part of the solution to advocate, to protect our school funding, then we are not doing due diligence when we then have to go back and ask for another levy when the money gets cut because it's not
Okay.
there and public schools are where they can cut it from. And I went through and did a little tally today of all the emails we've received and checked any that I could identify as parents. We got 5 times more community emails as of 3 p.m. today.
I'm familiar with it.
Favor of this voucher. Those are very specific data, and overwhelmingly, the majority of those are parents compared to those who were against the voucher. Our community has sent us a message as well that they would like to see us be advocates and on the right side of protecting public school funding.
And just a last note, so again, bringing up some court precedent. In 2002, Velman versus Simmons Harris was a case at the U.S. Supreme Court that addressed the federal constitutionality of school voucher programs. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled that the voucher program in Cleveland, Ohio did not violate the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment, and the Zellman case has been cited 240 times in federal and state courts, including 14 times in the U.S. Supreme Court. I just think this is a waste of money. I think this is a problem at the state. And again, you have a donor for the first year. We know it's going to go longer than that. I don't think it's fair for taxpayers to pay for a political lawsuit. And that's.
But we also have state law. We also have state Supreme Court law that has deemed our state's public funding model unconstitutional.
And I think that's an important difference. Zellman was federal. This is questioning our state constitutional obligations. I mean,
Well,
you
and
said, Sarah,
the
this is a
Supreme-
state issue. This is Article 6 of
So
our
then
Ohio
also the Supreme
Constitution.
Court of Ohio has already established the fact that the voucher program is constitutional. And if I don't know, your actions are gonna deny, if this actually goes through, I mean, you're denying 1,100 families the right to use these vouchers, and how do you know what's best for them? I mean, that's just.
But we're not denying 1,100 families because we
Sure
didn't
you are, if
we
it
did not
passes,
lose 1,100 families to vouchers last year. We lost maybe
Elena
100
provided me the
students.
data. It's
Total.
on the Ohio Department of Ohio.
No, I'm sorry, that's how many students are receiving vouchers.
Yep.
You are absolutely correct.
Yeah.
That does not mean they just started going to private school last year to get the voucher.
I didn't
The
see that
large
either.
majority, you said we're going to lose 1,100 students' opportunities to go to private school. That's not true. I'm going to argue that 1,000 of them were already in private school and are now just taking advantage of a voucher that has become an opportunity. They don't have to stop
Regardless
going.
of then and now, I mean, you're taking that opportunity away from people, and I just don't think that's right. I don't think it's right to get in a political lawsuit with taxpayer money.
Okay,
That's
but
all.
let me ask this question: Where
I don't want
where
to
do you
debate
want
you, Jason.
where do you want
That's
the
what I
money
just,
to come from,
I'm good.
though? If you don't want the levies, you don't want to support more state funding. Where's the money going to come from?
They got to figure that out at the state in Columbus.
And that's what we're trying to help them figure out by joining a lawsuit because it's constitutionally
That's
been.
not the way to get it done, in my opinion.
Right,
And I
it's-
just
it's
share
a-
my
a
opinion.
lot of
Why
stuff's
wasn't the
opinion up here, folks.
resolution last month the way to get it done?
Okay.
Sharing precedent.
Then the last thing I want to say, and that's only the last thing I want to say is we're sharing opinions, is we have got to knock it off with the social media attacks on our fellow board members. Okay? We had a donor reach out. We had someone reach out offering to donate if we wanted to do this that requested to remain anonymous. Correct, Bob?
Correct.
And you publicly doxed that person after they requested to remain anonymous.
Jason, I can do whatever I want to
Right.
on social media. I can share my records
You
requests
sure
if
can.
I want to.
You sure
and
can.
you don't get to shake your finger at me and tell me it's wrong.
You sure can.
I'm a board member. I can do what I please. If you don't like it, that's fine. I don't like that you want all these pornographic books in the schools. I think that's perverted of you. So,
The
end.
comments that have been elicited on your post, though, that have referred to that donor as some of the most disgusting words that you could refer to that person as, the accusations that have come up suggesting Bob has taken bribes as a result of it, I'm all for using our social media platforms to inform people, encourage them to be engaged, right? But I don't know, just the language used, the choices used it's just really unethical to me. And again, this is the second time I've had this conversation with you in the past few months, and I just really find it unbecoming of a board member.
That's fine. You can shake your finger all you want. I think your advocate and all your anonymous people, I mean, that's so much worse, but okay. Thanks for sharing.
On an amusing note, I think it's entertaining that we're talking about $10,000 a year, which is 1/1000th of 1% of our annual budget, which is akin to me debating 45 minutes ago about whether or not I should order extra pepperoni on my pizza.
All right, so
Meaning simply, hold on, just meaning very simple. Like, we all have our ideologies and we all have our experiences and whatnot that are driving us right now. But at the end of the day, the financial impact of this on the district is incredibly immaterial. As I would teach my auditing class on $1 million budget or $100 million budget, if we found a $10,000 difference, I would say, please stop looking at it. No one cares. Right.
So on that note, I would make
Well,
a
it's 10,000 a
motion
year.
to adopt the resolution to join Vouchers Hurt Ohio.
Second.
Did you hear Jason second?
Dr. Strickler?
Yes.
Dr. Simmons?
Yes.
Mr. Bell?
Yes.
Mrs. Jonas?
No.
Mr. Bibb?
Yes. All right.
Lord almighty.
We have,
Go to executive session now?
go to executive session.
You have executive session.
Right here.
Sorry.
Pursuant to Ohio Revised Code, Section 121.22G3, I hereby move that the board adjourn to executive session to meet with board legal counsel to discuss disputes involving the board and/or school district that are the subject of pending or imminent court action.
And we're not expecting.
Second.
Dr. Strickler?
Yes.
Dr. Simmons?
Yes.
Mr. Bell?
Yes.
Mrs. Jonas?
Sure.
Mr. Bibb?
Yes, we will not be taking any action after this. Thank you.